Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Cannon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Hiss. Sumo drew a slow breath and glanced up at Gwen, who was chatting casually with George. She flicked him a look, almost accidental, then smoothly continued talking about her college life. Under the table, her delicate foot slid over and rested lightly against his leg. Sumo lowered his head, chewing his beef with forced calm, doing his best to suppress the spark rising in his chest. Gwen tonight was a little too bold. Was it because she had been restrained for too long and finally let loose? Or had she suddenly remembered that she did in fact have a boyfriend? Thanks to his enhanced physique and unlocked genes, Sumo's appetite had grown considerably. He finished the tomahawk steak with ease and waved the waiter over. One more snowflake steak. Sumo, thank you for taking such good care of Gwen. George raised his glass sincerely. Umbrella Company is impressive. Gwen's learned a lot and matured quickly. What pleased him even more was how busy she had become shuttling between NYU and Umbrella. So busy that she clearly had no time for romance. Naturally, that meant Sumo had no chance either. Gwen earned it herself, Sumo replied calmly, raising his glass in return. For now, neither George nor Helen knew about their relationship. Things had to be taken step by step. Under the table, Sumo shifted slightly. Immediately, a mischievous foot tapped against his leg. Gwen lowered her head, biting back a smile as she focused on her plate. Watching Sumo maintain a serious expression was amusing enough. Watching him do it while being harassed under the table was even better. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She knew she was being daring tonight, doing something so reckless right in front of her parents. Shy and strangely thrilling. Gwen, Sumo asked casually, tightening his legs just enough to trap that soft, troublesome foot, wasn't there someone at Osborne who pushed you out? I heard he ended up becoming your classmate. Teasing him and expecting no retaliation, Gwen startled and tried to pull her foot back. Really? Helen frowned. What's the name of the person who got you fired? George's expression turned serious. He was already mentally reaching for a notebook. Bullying his daughter, did they think the NYPD chief had no temper? Ahem. Gwen nearly choked, quickly taking a sip of wine before speaking. Peter Parker, he already apologized. It wasn't his decision. Harry Osborne arranged it. Norman Osborne was unhappy with Dr. Connors and fired a batch of people. I just got caught up in it. It was Peter's fault. I was just unlucky. She explained everything clearly, then shot Sumo a subtle glance, silently asking him to let go. Oh, Sumo said lightly, sipping his orange juice. Sounds like you know Mr. Parker quite well. You're already defending him. Fanning flames was a skill. George's eyes narrowed slightly. He committed the name to memory, an apology, Gwen speaking up for him. Suspicious. Gwen, George said firmly, stay away from Peter Parker from now on. Even if he apologized, it doesn't change the fact that he entered Osborne through connections. That kind of background is complicated, don't get involved. George knew the Osborne group well. Norman Osborne was grooming his son to inherit everything. Dad, we're just classmates, Gwen said quietly. There's no relationship beyond that. You're preparing for Umbrella's entrance exam, George shot back. Peter Parker is connected to the Osborne heir. Can you guarantee he isn't a corporate spy, that he won't use you to steal Umbrella's secrets? His tone was cold and precise, the instincts of a veteran detective fully engaged. Gwen froze, same class, learning the truth from Connors. Preparing for the exam, Peter Parker appearing to apologize at just the right moment, too many coincidences. When coincidences stack up, George continued gravely, they're no longer coincidences. They're planned. Anger flared in his chest. Not only had that boy taken Gwen's position, he might be trying to exploit her next. Unforgivable. In George's mind, Peter Parker had already been subjected to multiple investigative scenarios. Gwen nodded slowly. She had been too focused on her studies and exams, ignoring the bigger picture. Now that George laid it out, everything felt uncomfortably clear. From now on, Peter Parker would remain nothing more than a stranger. No contact. Sumo fell silent, calmly slicing his steak. All he had done was casually mention a name, and George had gone straight for the kill. Peter Parker, commercial espionage suspect. Even more terrifying, Gwen believed it. George Stacy, daughter control level terrifying. Sumo recalled Alice's investigation. Peter Parker, Trinity School graduate, entered NYU alongside Mary Jane. Harry Osborn, with questionable grades, was also admitted thanks to Norman's funding. The old trio reunited at NYU. Just one problem: Mary Jane was Harry Osborn's girlfriend, and Peter Parker liked Mary Jane. Sorry, little Spider-Man, I know you're not a commercial spy. I know Harry pulled strings out of pity. I even know your apology might have been sincere, but still, it's better if you disappear quietly. Sumo muttered to himself, offering no explanations. In his heart, he lit a silent candle for Peter Parker. Does Umbrella Company compete with the Osborn Group? Gwen asked curiously. Under the table, she tried again to pull her foot free. Still stuck. Damn it, what is this guy doing? My parents are right here. There's some friction, Sumo replied calmly, setting down his knife and fork, but no real competition. We operate in different fields. As he spoke, his left hand lowered naturally and brushed against something it definitely should not have. Gwen, her eyes widened instantly. A blush bloomed across her cheeks as a sharp, tingling current shot up from her foot, raced along her spine, and exploded behind her head. Her whole body shivered. Helen noticed at once. Gwen, are you feeling unwell? Your face is very red. And no. Gwen said quickly, forcing herself to stay composed. I was just curious. She shot Sumo a pleading look. It's no secret, Sumo continued smoothly, redirecting the conversation, that Osborn Group focuses on super soldier serum research and cooperates closely with the military. At the same time, he finally let her go. Umbrella, on the other hand, specializes in disease research and pharmaceutical development. There's very little overlap. He lifted his orange juice, glanced at Gwen's flushed face, and added lightly, you already know this. Yes, Gwen said quickly, pulling her foot back and nodding. The military prefers things like super serums, like Dr. Connor's research, George added coldly, extracting special properties from lizard regeneration to create enhanced soldiers. He snorted, but there's only ever been one Captain America. From World War II until now, no one has succeeded a second time. Helen immediately cut in, smiling. All right, that's enough serious talk. Gwen, tell us about your new classmate, Allison, was it? This dinner was meant to celebrate Gwen passing her exams, not turn into a military briefing. Oh, Allison Adkins, Gwen said, relaxing. Her family moves a lot. This time she got into NYU, so they decided to settle in New York. She began chatting about her new best friend. The atmosphere eased. George and Helen listened with interest. Meanwhile, plates of steak kept arriving in front of Sumo, one after another. George's eyelids twitched. Good Lord, that was enough steak for 10 people. He glanced down at his own slightly protruding stomach. Yeah, no more for me, ding. Ding, a clear phone ringtone suddenly cut through the lively dinner. Master, Alice's voice said softly, Pepper is calling, it's urgent. Sumo's brows lifted. He set down his cutlery and answered. No way, Gwen whispered instinctively, eyes darting around the restaurant as if expecting gunmen to burst in. What's wrong? George asked, confused. Nothing, Gwen said quickly. Last time we had dinner, Sumo also got a call like this, her voice lowered. It feels ominous. Sumo, Pepper's anxious voice burst through the phone. Obadiah paid terrorists to attack Tony. The world went silent. Gwen froze, shock written all over her face. George's expression hardened instantly. He reached for his phone without thinking. Slow down, Sumo said sharply. How do you know this? Where are you right now? A bad feeling twisted in his chest. Don't tell me, it doesn't matter. Pepper said urgently. Tony isn't answering his phone. I'm worried he's in danger. Go to his house now. Tony missing calls was normal. Tonight was not. Damn it, Pepper, Sumo snapped. Where are you right now? Anger surged uncontrollably. That idiot Tony actually let Pepper infiltrate his company systems to gather evidence. The plot wasn't just derailed. It had done 3 full spins and flipped off a cliff. I'm heading to District 16, Pepper said quickly. I'm with an agent from the Strategic Homeland Intervention and Logistics Division. We're going to arrest Obadiah. Go to Tony, she added desperately. I'm afraid Obadiah will strike first. Sumo exhaled sharply, forcing his anger down. Get out of the car, now, he said coldly. A group with no law enforcement authority is worse than the NYPD. Pepper, he growled, what were you thinking? Why tell me only now? On the other end, Pepper froze. She turned slowly to the man beside her. You don't have law enforcement authority. Her scalp went numb. She had fled the office in a panic and run straight into Phil Coulson. Last time it was the FBI, this time she assumed the government meant safety. We're a covert organization, Coulson said calmly, taking the phone. Let me speak to Mr. Hamilton. We'll ensure Ms. Potts' safety and arrest Obadiah, that's our responsibility. The call ended. Sumo stared at the dark screen. All right, he said quietly, you've officially pissed me off. His fury didn't explode, it condensed, since SHIEL. D wanted to play dirty, he wouldn't hold back anymore. George felt a chill run down his spine. Sumo's calm at this moment was far more frightening than anger. Sumo, he said firmly, go to Tony, make sure he's safe. Sumo nodded once and stood up. Gwen's little mouth slowly opened, her little head buzzing. Obadiah's crimes exposed. The Secret Service wants to arrest him. Is Tony Stark in danger? Why? It happened tonight. At her celebration dinner, it's just him. Outrageous. Gwen shook her head and looked at Sumo opposite with worry. Elisa, locate Pepper. Notify Jack to lead the mobile team and bring her back safely. Sumo stood up, looked at George with a solemn face and said, Director Stacy, I need you to evacuate 3 streets near Stark Group Area 16. Or even more, is that okay? I have already informed the Bureau. But does it require such a big fuss to arrest Obadiah? George frowned and asked, did Obadiah hire a group of armed forces to protect his safety? The NYPD only needs to be responsible for evacuating the crowd. Obadiah leaves it to me. Sumo looked deeply and said, you don't want to know what Tony built. In short, it's no less than a small-scale war. George's expression changed slightly, and he picked up his cell phone to communicate with the Bureau. Sumo raised her hand and motioned for the waiter to come over. He looked at Gwen, Helen and the 3 little transparents and said, there is a safe room underneath the restaurant. You should go and take shelter first. Well, please be safe, Gwen nodded vigorously, pulled Helen and her 3 brothers, and followed the waiter to the underground safe house. Does this restaurant belong to you? George asked as he picked up his coat and followed Sumo outside. Definitely, I am very concerned about food safety. So I bought several restaurants, Sumo said casually, looking at Afu, who was standing next to the Lamborghini. The corners of George's mouth twitched. How many restaurants have you bought because you pay attention to food safety? Is there any necessary logic in this? Afu, you and George go to Area 16 to meet Jack and Pepper. I'm going to save Tony. Sumo quickly gave instructions and got directly into the Lamborghini. Afu closed the car door, get into George's car, and headed to Stark Group Area 16. Alice, clear the road. Sumo stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and drove wildly through the night city. This is a powerful sports car. The engine hums and a powerful pushing sensation envelopes Sumo's whole body. Okay, master, Alice responded along the way. All the traffic lights turned green and there was no obstruction. Contact John, Sumo said, preparing to call on all the power at his disposal. As for Umbrella's crisis management force, it is not applicable to this operation. According to Iron Overlord's firepower, too many people can only become targets. The call is connected. John, I need your help. Sumo was racing and talking on the phone. Turn on the level 1 gene lock, and the speed of dynamic vision and nerve reflexes will be greatly improved. Various overtaking and drifting skills are at your fingertips. I'm retired and don't want to do my old job anymore. John said solemnly. The favor he owed Sumo was paid off. With the dog as his companion, he is very adaptable to the monotonous life now. I know you want to live a peaceful life, but does this kind of life really exist? Tonight is a big event. If you come, I promise to surprise you, Sumo persuaded. If this was a normal world, Sumo would never force it, but this is the Marvel universe in the future. There will be endless villains and superheroes, and disasters will happen all the time. As John's future boss, It is necessary to encourage employees to catch up with the trend of the times, to avoid being accidentally killed by some unknown villain. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. Good. John let out a heavy breath and chose to trust Sumo for once. Destination. At the door refrigerated truck, the driver is Bruce. Sumo suddenly smiled and said. His duplication set off early and showed up at John's doorstep in a refrigerated truck loaded with ammunition. John, there is a feeling of being manipulated. Beep, the phone's blind tone sounded. Sumo also arrived at the Stark mansion. As Tony's best brother, all kinds of door locks are automatically opened. In the underground research room, Sumo found Tony lying on the ground. His face was pale. His eyes were lifeless and his breath was weak. Scattered nearby is a miniature arc reactor. Tony. Is really annoying, Sumo sighed helplessly. Picked up the arc reactor and stuffed it into Tony's chest. Can't you inform him in advance before causing trouble? After all, he is also your best brother and the third largest shareholder of Stark Group. Please tell me what happened. Do you have to make things impossible to end before you notify him to wipe your asterisk? Tony's eyes slowly moved, and his pale face gradually turned red. Sumo Obadiah. Tony opened his mouth and tried to speak. I know that Obadiah wanted to kill you. He also murdered Thomas and Martha. Do you only have steel armor and women in your smart brain? Are you discovering it now? Sumo nodded helplessly. This Tony was a little stupid. He almost died before he could see Obadiah's true face. Walter, you already knew this, why? Tony struggled to get up and looked at Sumo with a pair of dead fish eyes. His pale face was full of disbelief. Was he the last to know? Haven't you noticed that Obadiah and I basically don't talk? Isn't it obvious enough that Umbrella even blacklisted him? Have you never thought about who will be the biggest beneficiary after your death? Don't you know who is really running the company? Sumo revealed every detail and said without mercy. As long as he is a normal person, he will suspect that there is an insider in the company, and further doubt the biggest beneficiary and the real power controller of the company. But Tony, there is no doubt. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tony felt chills all over. His eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. After Sumo woke up, he realized that he was completely blind. He couldn't even see such an obvious clue. Because you now make it impossible for me to tell the truth. Tony, you trust Obadiah too much. Sumo sighed quietly and spoke the truth. After the death of the Starks, Obadiah took over the Stark Group and became Tony's business partner and life mentor. The two have a very close relationship. So Tony won't believe it. At least he wouldn't believe it until the last moment. There was a moment of silence, like the frozen air in a cold coffin. Tony twitched his lips, laughing at his stupid naivety. Typical of being sold and helping count the money. You should be fine, I'm going to save Pepper. You all don't let me worry. Sumo looked helpless and stood up, ready to race again. Pepper, how is she? Hearing Pepper's name, Tony woke up suddenly, stood up hurriedly, and asked anxiously. Take the agents from Homeland Baba to District 16 to arrest Obadiah. Sumo replied. It's not enough, the agent can't deal with Obadiah. Tony's face was serious, his eyes flashing with anger. The robotic arm rotates and puts on the gold and red Mark III armor for Tony. So you're going to kill Obadiah single-handedly? Sumo looked at Tony wearing the armor and asked. A generation arc reactor that you hand-rolled in the Middle East. Tony stretched out his right hand and fired a light cannon at the battered sports car to confirm that the armor was functioning normally. Rely on the steel battle suit I just upgraded. After saying, Thathay's hand sprayed out dazzling fire, flying directly out of the hole in the ceiling. Sumo. All right, you win. If you lose, then don't cry. Sumo walked out of the underground laboratory, got into the Lamborghini and drove to District 16. If you hurry up, you should be able to catch up with Iron Overlord and beat up Iron Man. Alice, evacuate the surrounding people. Also videotape the whole process for me. I want to collect all of Tony's dark history. As his wedding gift, Helihah. Sumo couldn't help laughing. Okay, master. Alice responded and quickly executed the order. Stark Group District 16. A 3-meter-tall giant steel armor grabbed one of Tony's legs and beat him back and forth. Tony! Pepper looked anxious and couldn't help shouting in a low voice. The Umbrella security captain on the side, Jack, reached out to hold Pepper and reminded, "Quiet the weapons, we cannot deal with this big guy." But Tony, Pepper looked worried. She had run into a ghost today to believe that the National Bureau of Investigation was a bunch of losers. According to the current situation, she should call the police and let the New York Police Department, or even the Army, handle this matter. Ms. Potts, our mission is to protect you. If you insist on doing something dangerous, we can knock you out and take you back," Jack said coldly and ruthlessly. He is very aware of the gap in strength between the two sides, and if he shows up to counterattack, no will only die. Hiding and withdrawing are the best options. Woo woo woo. The piercing alarm bell sounded from far to near. Police cars parked diagonally on the street. George got out of the car and stared at the 3-meter-tall iron overlord in stunned silence. It was like a steel beast wreaking havoc on the street. Thick and greasy's it. Is this a monster created by Tony Stark? Is this Stark, who doesn't make weapons, creates a more terrifying war machine? George said 10,000 words in his heart. Mom, by fi. Tony Stark shutting down weapons manufacturing is a joke. Anyone who believes anyone is a fool. Director Stacy, evacuate the crowd on the other side. Afu recovered from the shock and reminded loudly, "Attention, evacuate the crowd first. Don't fire without permission, wait for support. Repeat, wait for support." George knew very well that the firepower they currently carried was not enough to fight against the heavily armed iron overlord in front of them. Evacuating the crowd and protecting citizens from evacuating safely are the top priorities. The other side of the street, Shet Obadiah. Tony was so angry that he blasted the iron overlord with a laser cannon in his chest. He stood up awkwardly and shouted loudly, "Obadiah, surrender, your conspiracy has been exposed. Surrendering yourself now is your only chance to survive." Tony took courage but felt panic inside. Where is Sumo? Where is my Sumo? Come quickly, I can't hold it any longer. At that time my head was hot and I rushed over directly. If I had known, he would have flown over with Sumo in his arms. Haha, the conspiracy was exposed, why didn't I know? Obadiah showed a ferocious smile and looked at the police car and police officers not far away. The 20 Gatling gun in his right hand was extended. Shet. Run! Tony's expression changed and he shouted, Afu, who was on the other end. Instantly noticed Iron Overlord's raised muzzle. Lie down! George's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively hid behind the police car cover. Whether you can survive or not depends entirely on luck. The 20 Gatling gun can tear apart the police car bunker. But escape, can a man outrun a bullet? Dululululu. The barrel of the gun rotate, fire burst out, and yellow-orange bullets were fired at the police car. Obadiah laughed and looked at Tony defiantly. If you kill these police officers, who else can help you? Buzz tusk. A harsh friction sound sounded. A white refrigerated truck suddenly rushed out and blocked the police car. Bang 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 bang. A series of bullets hit the car body. The metal bullets collided and squeezed. And then the bell fell to the ground. Hey George. Sumo's duplication poked his head out from the other side. Looked at the hiding Georgine, shouted. Why are you hiding? Run, George. Who was quietly waiting for death to come suddenly woke up. Looking up, he saw an oriental face and subconsciously asked, who are you? The killer accepted the request from the financial owner and came to help. Sumo duplication smile, dropped a few smoke bombs, and reminded, run quickly, I'm going to run too. Thick white fog began to fill the air, and the firing of the Gatling gun stopped. It was probably time to change the ammunition chain. George woke up with a start and quickly called the police to escape. Afu used the cover of smoke to run into the refrigerated truck. John sat in the passenger seat and frowned. He didn't lie, it was really a big scene. Aren't we going to help? They should. Help that little robot, right? Gold and red gaudy. No, the protagonist hasn't appeared yet. Sumo shook her head. This time she must make Tony suffer. He looked at Fu behind him through the rearview mirror and said, Alfred, there is an anti-materiel sniper rifle behind you. Boom. Tony wanted to fly high into the sky. But as soon as he took off, he was hit by a car. The Iron Overlord gave up attacking the police officer and turned around to continue attacking Tony. I built this company from scratch, it's my company. No one can stop me. Rage's Obadiah manipulated Iron Overlord to punch and kick Tony. He raised the thin Mark III armor with both hands, threw it to the ground and then stepped on it, boom zizzy. Fine sparks flickered and Tony's whole body was shaken. Fortunately, the battle suit can still withstand it. Sir, the battle suit has 10% power left, JARVI. S reminded. The display lit up red, where Sumo? Contact me, Sumo. Tony shouted loudly without caring about his face. If he doesn't come to the rescue, he will really be gone, RVIS, Sir. Mr. Hamilton is racing and is not in a position to answer the phone. Shat, Tony exclaimed. It was picked up by Iron Overlord and thrown into the bus. Immediately afterwards, an anti-tank missile struck. He quickly activated his armor and managed to escape from the explosion. Dulululu, the Gatling gun rotated, spraying dense bullets on his body. The left injector flickered with sparks and actually went out. Tony's body shifted, fell from the air. It was directly caught by Iron Overlord. Tony, you can't escape, Obadiah said with a ferocious smile, grabbing Tony hard with both hands. Prepare to crack this problem like a popsicle. Flames crackled on the chaotic streets, and innocent citizens and police officers had evacuated. Obadiah, a loud shout came from a corner not far away. Sumo slowly walked out of the shadows and looked at the huge amounts of Iron Overlord. And Tony was being carried in his hand like a little chicken. God save me, Tony was overjoyed and shouted loudly. His savior has finally arrived, Sumo Hamilton. Are you coming to die too? Obadiah said angrily with a ferocious face. If Sumo hadn't gone to the Middle East, Tony would have died long ago. Now Stark Group stock price has plummeted. Its business has also been affected. And various negative public opinions continue. All because of Sumo. Obadiah, you finally couldn't help but take action. I've had such a hard time waiting for you. Sumo held the tablet inside. He needs an extremely legitimate and suitable reason and opportunity to kill Obadiah. Like now, Vigo, you were the one who solved the Eros Mafia. Obadiah instantly understood who was responsible for the mafia that was suddenly destroyed. Only Vigo Trasov knows that he has put a bounty on Sumo. That's right. Sumo nodded, looked at Obadiah with cold eyes and said, putting a reward to kill me and paying off terrorists to attack Tony are all paving the way for you to take over the Stark Group and Umbrella Corporation. Ha 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 ha, you're smart, really smart. Smarter than Tony. Obadiah burst into laughter and praised. Sumo was able to guess his purpose, which was enough to surprise and make him happy. But guess what? The outcome of the matter will still not be changed. Hey, how about you put me down first? Then you reminisce about old times. Tony couldn't help but remind him. The feeling of being held by two giant steel hands and being crushed to pieces at any time is really terrible. By the way, and my dear Tony, do you think you can save him? Obadiah was extremely proud and rubbed Tony with his hands. The friction of the steel palm produced a large number of sparks. And electric sparks that tore off the wires, definitely. Bruce, it's time to go out. Sumo picked up the tablet and gave instructions. Not far away, a white refrigerated truck moved. Support columns were lowered all around. The white box was folded, and a multi-barreled machine gun turret was raised. The barrel rotates and spits out a torrent of golden red metal. Countless yellow-orange tungsten-core armor-piercing bullets fired at the Iron Overlord's back, instantly tearing apart the surface armor. Gila boom. The micro-missile equipped on Iron Overlord exploded. The power system was damaged and the display glowed red. Well, Tony seizes the opportunity and escapes from the Iron Overlord's clutches. He flew to Sumo's side crookedly and opened the steel mask. Take a long breath. Brother, you almost couldn't see me, you know. Is this refrigerated truck yours? Why didn't you do it earlier? I almost lost my life. Close-in defense gun shed. You moved the aircraft carrier's close-in defense guns here. Tawny, who had survived the disaster, was a yeller and a bit talkative. When he saw the machine gun turret on the refrigerated truck clearly, he broke into a cold sweat. Calm down, it's all a small scene. Sumo pressed her palm softly, as if she had everything under control. A large number of protective drones were spread out, covering the entire Area 16 with full visibility. This is the start of a live broadcast that is spread all over the world. The Umbrella Company took the lead and bribed major newspapers and media to broadcast the Iron Overlord Obadiah Stane live. Sumo's long-planned plan was carried out in an orderly manner. He's going to do something big. Damn it once and earn another amount of mood points. George led the SWAT team in SHIEL. D. Victoria Hand led the field team and rushed to the scene. The sound of helicopter propellers could be heard in the air. From the New York Police Department SHILD. And from major newspapers and media. Tonight in New York is destined to be a carnival. Iron Overlord's heavy armor was extensively damaged on the back. Obadiah climbed up with difficulty, looked at the inconspicuous white refrigerated truck, and said bitterly, HAJ-11 Type 11-barreled 20 naval gun modified version. A smaller version of the prototype naval gun. The fire rate of 11-20 caliber tubes at 8.0 rounds per minute is far from the aircraft carrier's 10.0 round cannon. He lowered his head and glanced at the bullets on the ground. And continued. The use of tungsten core armor-piercing bullets, coupled with the terrifying rate of fire, is enough to tear the shell of the armor. As a qualified arms dealer, Obadiah knows this close-in defense gun well. His eyes showed a fierce light, looked at Sumo, who was wearing a suit and leather shoes, and sneered. But it only lasts 10 seconds. The barrel just overheated and melted. Now you deserve to die, stretching out his left arm. Micromissiles locked onto Sumo's, Obadiah said. The close-in defense cannon on the refrigerated truck has a reddish barrel and is steaming, making it impossible to attack again, damn it. Sumo, stop being cool, hide first. Tony stood in front of Sumo without hesitation, charging his chest armor and preparing to fire the laser cannon. Although Sumo is very strong, she also has some weird abilities, but he is also human. How is it possible to compete with missiles? Tony, you're blocking my camera. Sumo glanced at the live broadcast on the tablet. Tony covered his perfect and handsome face. A direct kick on Tony's ***. Ouch. Although I am very moved. Please step aside and look at the sky. Sumo held the tablet, ignoring the lock of the Iron Overlord micromissile, and looked up at the sky. Tony felt a pain in his butt and staggered a few steps. Feeling a wonderful feeling burst out. He didn't even care about Sumo's foot strength. He felt that he didn't have a relapse, even in the fight with the Iron Overlord. Now Sumo's kick almost made him live in Bengbu, Zai Ti. Sumo, I'm not done with you. Old grudges have not been avenged, but new grudges have arisen. Tony said loudly while holding back. Fortunately, he was covered by a steel battlesuit and no one noticed his abnormality. What are you doing again? Are you delaying time? Obadiah sneered and looked up at the New York night sky. A ray of red light rushed towards him from far to near. Fac. Missile. Obadiah felt chills all over as countless types of missiles came to mind. But the next moment, he rejected this ridiculous idea. It is impossible for Sumo to launch powerful missiles in New York City, which will cause public outrage. There will be a military court. In the sky, a dark red steel falcon appeared. Both wings sprayed flames and jumped vertically towards him. Dulululu, Obadiah raised his Gatling gun, preparing to shoot down the steel falcon. Okay, let me show you Hamilton's power. Alice, the armor disassembly process starts. Sumo reached out and slid the tablet to issue instructions. With the help of the armor, Tony came to Sumo and curiously looked at the content displayed on the tablet. Zai Ti, you are actually live broadcasting, be good. You were afraid that the noise wouldn't be loud enough. So you just broadcast it live right, don't cause trouble. Let the children play while they're at it. Sumo pushed Tony away and looked into the sky. The crimson steel falcon suddenly split apart and turned into countless tiny red spiders. falling from the sky. The Gatling gun's fire failed instantly. Obadiah was caught off guard and was rained down on his head by spiders. The whole body is covered with tiny red steel spiders. Fark fark, what the hell are these? Obadiah hurriedly slapped the red spiders on his body and yelled anxiously. This group of tiny steel spiders got into the gaps in the steel armor and began to execute the armor disassembly procedure. Alice controls the nano spider, cutting off all wires, destroying chips, and dismantling various mechanical devices, weapons and firearms. The body shape of Iron Overlord was huge, like a toddler, staggering and falling to the ground in embarrassment. Boom bang! Pieces of armor parts fell off, making Tony frightened. He is naughty, a bit scary. Only Obadiah can feel the despair of tearing down your armor in front of you. Sumo, Obadiah roared angrily, raised his hand with difficulty, and wanted to launch the micro-missile on his arm Gila. The arc reactor on the chest flickered with a spark of electricity and suddenly went out. The Iron Overlord's thick arms finally hung down helplessly, fall like a toppled domino. The huge Iron Overlord instantly fell into pieces. Obadiah fell to the ground, his face full of anger and shock. Fake, these are nanobots. You and your family are all hypocrites, pretending to be philanthropists who love medical care. You actually developed such a killer weapon. Use medical tools that treat diseases and save lives to kill people. You are really geniuses. The hard steel battle suit was scattered into countless parts, and dense red steel spiders climbed on it, waiting for new instructions. Tony's mouth gradually opened wide enough to fit a duck egg in. Oh, buy it. He looked at Sumo in shock, with disbelief on his face. This is a nanorobot used to treat his illness, but it can easily dismantle his steel battle suit. Reminder: this is my personal idea, borrowed from Tony's steel battle suit. The effect is good, and there are even more exciting ones. Do you want to see it? Sumo explained with a smile, reaching out and sliding on the tablet. The densely packed red nano spiders suddenly rioted. Crawl madly towards Obadiah. Fark fark, stop. These damn spiders. Obadiah swatted hurriedly and shouted in panic. But how can a pair of human hands stop the endless nano spiders? The red nano spider scratched the skin and penetrated directly into Obadiah's body. In bright red blood spurted out. Obadiah howled miserably as he was wrapped in countless red spiders, his whole body struggling and twisting. Every corner of his body felt as if it had been cut by a sharp blade. The bone-piercing pain spread and even made him lose his mind for a time. Under the dim night sky, the streets are filled with smoke. Obadiah, who was wrapped in countless red spiders, with only one head exposed, looked hideous and painful. Sumo, Tony took off his mask, a little reluctant. After all, he had been his friend and life mentor for decades, and he couldn't bear to see Obadiah suffer such inhuman pain. Give him to the New York Police Department and let the law punish him. No, Tony, this is not your business alone. Sumo's face was calm, and she felt extremely happy looking at Obadiah, who was constantly twisting and struggling, putting a reward on his life. Still want to pursue an umbrella company. If Obadiah was not allowed to experience the ancient Eastern Lingchai today, would Sumo let him die so easily? He killed Thomas and Martha, so it's not me who wants to kill him. It's Thomas and Martha's child who wants to kill him. Sumo said seriously that he inherited this body and naturally wanted to avenge the original body. Nanorobots and artificial intelligence, Alice, are inventions of the Hamiltons. It is only reasonable to use them for revenge. Tony's face darkened. He pursed his lips and stopped talking. Obadiah caused Sumo's family to be ruined and his parents to die. Sumo's revenge was reasonable, and he had no reason to stop it. Sumo's face was calm, enjoying Obadiah's screams and continuous system prompt tone. Emotion points plus 1100. Emotion points plus 20,000. Emotion points plus 130000. 1,020,000. 130,000. His wallet is bulging again, wealth skyrockets. A little more, I can still bear it. Sumo enjoyed this moment immensely. Sumo, stop. A loud shout interrupted Sumo's listening to the beautiful sound. George finally rushed over with a team of heavily armed SWAT teams. His face was extremely solemn and he said, "Stop, you're committing a crime. Let him go and let the law judge his crimes." He couldn't watch Sumo kill someone. Criminals must be judged by the sacred laws of the United States. Mr. Hamilton, please turn off the live broadcast immediately. Your behavior has seriously affected the country's reputation. It has caused extremely bad effects, Victoria Hand, wearing a tight-fitting combat uniform, said loudly. Behind him are a group of heavily armed SHIELD agents. Because Sumo broadcast live, the umbrella company took the lead, implicating countless media and countries across borders, broadcasting the internal fighting of the Stark Group, and even implicated the accidental death of the Hamiltons. Let the whole world know about the various scandals happening in the United States. This made the United States laugh at the crowd, losing face. They were ordered to put an end to this farce, Walter. George's head buzzed and he was confused. He picked up the phone, called his boss back, and then his whole body felt cold, as if he had fallen into an ice hole. Invisible fear instantly enveloped him, and his heartbeat skipped half a beat. Memories forgotten in the corner resurface. I want revenge, and I want to kill Obadiah openly and openly. In front of the whole world, kill him, in a daze. George heard Sumo's murderous declaration again at that lively family dinner. He said, "Kill Obadiah in front of the whole world." In front of the whole world, you had expected it. You even promoted today's situation. George's lips moved, a look of horror on his face. What started out as a joke has now become a reality. Through the live broadcast, Sumo stood in front of the whole world. He wants to kill Obadiah Stane in front of the eyes of the world. Use live broadcast to kill people. Fulfill his murderous declaration. Wow, don't talk nonsense, you have to talk about evidence. Sumo reminded emphatically that she felt very happy inside. He looked at the serious-faced Victoria agent and chuckled. Phil Coulson said, "This is your job, not mine. So I have no obligation to cooperate with your work." Sumo emphasized the last few words, small sample. Are you trying to shame me, hang up on me? You succeeded and made me feel at ease by implementing the plan and making things worse. It's so noisy. Make it so that people all over the world know about it. Victoria's eyes flickered and her tone increased. The White House, Congress, and the Pentagon are angry. You should know what you are facing. You are about to face the wrath of a nation. If Sumo killed Obadiah, the live broadcast would let the whole world know. Then Sumo was directly convicted and sentenced to death with the help of a group of state gangsters. It's possible you want to stop me, but think about it, Tilda. Sumo smiled slightly and didn't care. He directly ignored the New York Police Department and SHIELD people and slowly walked towards Obadiah, who was curled up on the ground. Victoria's eyes moved slightly. Her hand pressed on the handle of the gun. Will pulling out the gun and killing Sumo solve the problem? Cannot. Umbrella's artificial intelligence is the key to controlling this live broadcast. Once they take action and Alice broadcasts the scene live, that will be breaking news, and without Sumo, who can turn off this artificial intelligence? Victoria looked at Tony and said, "Things are about to get out of control. Why don't you try to persuade him?" Tony's face was solemn and his voice was hoarse as he said, "He has already made up his mind and I can't stop him." Compared with Sumo's cautiousness and rigor, he is like a newly minted Boriclus and impulsive. Obviously Sumo has planned everything. All he had to do was watch. Obadiah, do you like it? You murdered Thomas and Martha. These little guys avenged their parents. Sumo smiled and looked at the bloody man at his feet. The nano spider bypassed the fatal part, inflicting maximum pain on Obadiah without damaging his life. Stop, stop, Obadiah endured the pain and begged. Flesh was torn, bones were rubbed. And even the skull made the sound of my scratching. He's going crazy, okay, I'll give you a chance to speak. Sumo reached out and swiped on the tablet. Stopping the nano spider's revenge program, hee. Obadiah relaxed all over and lay on the ground in a state of embarrassment. Breathing heavily, you look very much like Martha. With a dragon country face. A smile appeared on Obadiah's lips, struggled to sit up. Looked at Sumo and said, I know you have a lot of questions, ask them. How did you kill Thomas and Martha? Sumo asked without hesitation. And he investigated the original file deeply. This is a perfectly normal accident. There is no doubt about it. He was curious about how Obadiah accomplished the murder. Ha 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 ha, Thomas is a difficult person to deal with. I must get rid of him. Only by getting rid of him can I do more things. Gain a greater say in the company and kill you and Tony. Stark Group and the umbrella belong to me. Obadiah raised his head, admitted his crime unabashedly, and said dejectedly, I didn't expect you to be as cautious as Martha. These aren't all your trump cards, are they? Definitely. Yeah. Sumo raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but said proudly, in order to kill you, I prepared a grand banquet. Afu, say hello to Obadiah. A laser red dot landed on Obadiah's forehead. Then moved down, boom. A ball of blood burst out from Obadiah's left leg. He trembled all over and gritted his teeth to prevent himself from screaming. Good evening, Mr. Obadiah Stane, I bring greetings from Mr. and Mrs. Afu's voice sounded from the tablet. George and Victoria were frightened and quickly sought cover to hide and search for the sniper's location. Surrounded by various tall buildings, it is very suitable for snipers to hide. Obadiah's left leg was pierced by a sniper bullet, and the nanospider decomposed. Quickly stopped the bleeding and repaired the wound. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. Sumo comforted her with good intentions. Looked at the white refrigerated truck in the distance, and explained, you've seen close-in defense artillery. There are 2 top killers in the industry inside. Here just for you, bang. The refrigerated truck turned on its snow-white lights, shining on Obadiah, who was covered in blood. Coupled with the nano-spiders I carefully developed. This is the death penalty I have prepared for you. Remind you. This is a live broadcast and the whole world will see it. Come and say hello to the camera. Sumo smiled and placed the tablet in front of Obadiah. Let him see the media live broadcast on the screen clearly and give him a big close-up. Haha, history is written by the victors. A sneer appeared on Obadiah's lips. Only young people like Sumo would want to attract attention and gain the attention of the world. Public opinion can be reversed as long as he wins. The torture and pain he suffered today will win the sympathy of countless people. And Sumo will also become a heinous sinner, do it. Obadiah shouted, raising his hands in the air in a tactical gesture, Sumo. You are still too young to reveal your trump card so easily. Now it's my turn, Obadiah laughed wildly. And a scarlet light spot landed on Sumo's forehead, Sumo. Tony exclaimed, running forward and blocking the red dot aimed by the laser with his steel armor. Shit, how many people are here, George cursed bitterly. Another sniper could not find his position. Victoria signaled the agents around her to retreat and search nearby buildings. She suddenly felt a little cold. The 2 people in front of me are not like the major shareholders of the company sitting in the office, but the most vicious and vicious terrorists in the Middle East. Dark, cunning, and cruel, no one knows what they are thinking. How many trump cards are there, Tony? Don't block my camera. It is easy to affect my live broadcast income, emotional points. Sumo knew Tony was kind-hearted, but still slapped him and pushed him away. He looked at Obadiah, who looked excited and excited. Said loudly, here, let your sniper shoot. Today I will make a move and give the umbrella company to you directly. Tony suddenly panicked and quickly grabbed Sumo's arm and persuaded. He's trying to get you, don't fall into his trap. Sumo was non-committal. Looked at Obadiah, whose face was gradually becoming gloomy, and urged, hurry up, if I don't resist, let your sniper shoot, fake. Sumo, what have you done? Where are my mercenaries? Where are 10 rings and my bodyguards? Obadiah looked ugly and roared in a low voice. In just a few moments, he already noticed something was wrong. According to the plan, his people did not rush out from the surrounding buildings. Obadiah looked at Sumo in disbelief and asked, do you have any helpers? Impossible. They are all mercenaries who lick blood at the tip of their swords. How can they be easily dealt with? He murmured and looked around, trying to find his hired men. Walter, Tony was stunned and scratched his steel head. The smart brain CPU is about to burn out. These two people each have 800 tricks. As long as he is a fool, he will be fooled around. How do you half his? Obadiah, your cliché is so lame, I'm not Tony. Sumo couldn't help laughing. Stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Do you think there is anyone on the refrigerated truck? Walter, this time. It was Obadiah's turn to be confused and look at the refrigerated truck with its lights turned off. The interior lights of the car came on and through the glass. The two seats were empty, no one. There was no one in this refrigerated truck carrying the aircraft carrier's close-in defense gun. Killer, where is your killer? Obadiah instantly realized that Sumo only told part of the truth. But not the whole truth. Bruce, say hello to your target. Sumo chuckled and raised her hand to indicate. The laser red dot on his head slowly shifted and finally landed on Obadiah's right leg in full view of everyone. Boom, blood flowers exploded and blood sprayed. Ah. Obadiah's face was distorted. He hugged his legs and couldn't help but howl out. Anger and pain mixed together. Especially being tricked around by Sumo. The huge amounts of shame made his face turn red. Good evening, Mr. Stan. Sumo Duplication's cold voice came from the tablet. The moment Sumo entered, John and Sumo's duplication had already sneaked into the nearby building. Locked the target location through drone reconnaissance. Retired legendary killer John Wick thrives in the darkness and goes on a killing spree. Sumo's duplication unlocked the second-level gene lock and started the crazy killing. Obadiah's personal army kill. Heavily armed mercenaries kill the sinister 10 rings. Kill. In a head-on conflict, the two of them have no advantage. But this group of mercenaries were scattered in various buildings, lurking and paying attention to the situation on the streets. Lurk assassination. Killing without anyone noticing is one of the essential skills of a killer. John is the best among them. Sumo relied on genetic lock to learn this skill without any teacher. Come and see the men you paid good money for. Sumo smiled and placed the tablet in front of Obadiah again. A drone captured the scene. A heavily armed mercenary fell to the ground in a mess, with red and white liquid flowing out of the bloody hole in his head. Fake, you guys are real dogs. Who knows how many trump cards you have hidden? Obadiah roared angrily, his broad body trembling slightly. He spit out the blood foam in his mouth, with a ferocious expression on his face, and gritted his teeth and said, in that case, Sumo, I won't play house with you anymore. It's time to reveal my trump card. Sumo raised her sword eyebrows and asked, pretending to be surprised. Wow, do you still have a trump card? What a dog. Show it out and let me see. You have lived for more than 50 years. Let's see what kind of bird you live like. While speaking arrogantly, he quietly backed away. Come on, explode my Obadiah. Sumo quickly retreated to Tony's side. Tony. Brother, why did you retreat? His head was buzzing and he really couldn't understand Sumo's operation. Hey, I want to know how Thomas and Martha died. I killed them with my own hands. Obadiah yelled, putting his hands on the ground. The legs that were pierced by sniper bullets spurted out a large amount of blood, which was shocking to those who saw it. His skin was red. His muscles were bulging, his blood vessels were bulging, and his face looked ferocious. A strong smell of sulfur suddenly emerged, stinging people's nostrils. Countless cracks opened in the ground, and hot magma spewed out. Obadiah's body swelled. His skin turned dark red, and two ferocious curved horns emerged from his head. Clothes are torn and the fires of hell are burning. A familiar feeling came to my mind. Damn it. Ancient One, you old B********D, you're playing with me. Sumo's pupils shrank suddenly. Some clues were connected together in her mind, and the truth was about to come out. The man behind Sabretooth is Obadiah. They are all guys who contracted Mephisto. They have the same taste. What happened to the Hamiltons was the deal between Obadiah and Mephisto. Naturally, human police detectives cannot detect the devil's methods. And the Ancient One knows it all. Why are you using Sabretooth to act like a ghost and guide me? Find my enemy. Mom sells batches. Ancient One, you wait. I will do the accounting today. And I will come back to play sooner or later. Sumo gritted her teeth angrily and wrote down something in her notebook. When he becomes a god, the first thing he will do is press the Ancient One to the ground and rub it. Tony, what are you looking at? Run. Sumo looked at Tony, who had wide eyes and a swollen mouth next to her, and slapped him directly on the back of his head. Boom. The back of Steele's head buzzed. Look, the devil. Tony seemed unaware and looked at Obadiah blankly, unable to recover. The person he grew up with turned into a legendary demon. His brain's CPU was clogged with some inexplicable things. Damn it, I'm ignorant, Sumo cursed lowly, grabbed one of Tony's arms and ran away without hesitation. Alice, give all the shots to Obadiah. This is mankind's first live broadcast of a devil. Take a good photo of it. Sumo shouted, dragging Tony and running away quickly. Sheet, Sumo, put me down, I can walk by myself. Tony let out a desperate exclamation, and the vibration in his butt made him unable to care about his surprise. Put one hand underneath, trying to maintain balance. Sumo pretended not to hear and ran to George and Victoria. Heavily armed SHIELD agents are organizing a counterattack. Victoria looked solemn and was reporting the situation and asking for support. George looked blank and a little at a loss. This big guy doesn't seem to be within his scope of responsibilities. Demons are not under the control of the New York Police Department. Right? All the SWAT teams looked at each other, standing there not knowing what to do. What are you doing standing still? Run away. Seeing this, Sumo picked up George with one hand and threw him on Tony. Tony, thick shit, get off here, in a panic. George hugged the steel robot tightly. He wouldn't let go. He didn't dare to let go at all. Sumo picked up Victoria's hand with her other hand. Without slowing down, he ran towards Pepper and Jack in the distance. The remaining SWAT team, what to do? The director ran away, so should we. The stunned SHIELD agent, the commander, has escaped. Do we have to make a tactical retreat? It is a demon after all, and no one wants to die, ever since. The two groups showed amazing tacit understanding. Quickly packed up their equipment, turned around and ran with Sumo. Lava sprayed out on the streets that were cracked with countless cracks. A 5-meter-tall muscular demon with dark red skin stands among them. The ferocious demon has 2 horns and a ferocious face, and Obadiah's face can be faintly seen. The whole body was strong and muscular, burning with red flames, and a thick tail covered with scales and barbs was dragged behind him. Drones scattered around captured high-definition Blu-ray images and broadcast them live in real time. Trident Nick Fury, who had been paying attention to this farce, suddenly stood up. F***K, F***K, the black face was flushed, and the calmness of the past were completely gone. During an internal fight within the Stark group, the style of the painting changed. Obadiah transformed into a 5-meter-tall red devil and appeared on the live broadcast screen. Fury's head is about to explode. This is live. Live broadcast covering the world. The existence of demons was openly exposed. A supernatural incident with a very high level of danger. Fake, turn off the live broadcast immediately. Immediately, Fury yelled, looking furious. The purpose of SHIELD is to handle these dangerous incidents secretly to ensure that ordinary people know nothing about them. Now, Sumo's live broadcast has exposed the existence of the devil in the faces of people all over the world. SHIELD has committed a major dereliction of duty. How does this allow him to face accountability from the International Security Council? Commander Hill on the side reminded, Director, we can't break into Umbrella Corporation's artificial intelligence. If Sumo disagrees, no one can stop this live broadcast. Nick Fury covered his head with a headache and said in a deep voice, let Victoria find a way no matter what. Make Sumo stop this live broadcast. Supernatural events cannot be exposed to the public. Hill, okay, I've already notified you. Mobilize all agents around New York to go to the scene to deal with this supernatural incident. Send 3 of the latest Quinjet fighters for support. Fury quickly mobilized the resources at hand in an attempt to eliminate Obadiah's transformed demon as quickly as possible. Himalaya's Kamertaj tea room. Madhu asked to see him. Ancient One held the teacup and watched the scene through the magic light curtain. The powerful demonic aura immediately attracted Kamertaj's attention. The angry soul has sacrificed countless souls, comparable to some of the great demons in hell. Magician, I can go and get rid of him. Mordo begged respectfully, sit down, let's just watch. Ancient One cut the tea calmly and spoke slowly. He actually scolded her. Againth's little guy is a bit brave. Kill a Sabertooth and float away. I must let him see the devil from hell today, however. They exposed the existence of the devil through live broadcast. Which will lead to more, Madhu was puzzled and asked. Sorcerer Supreme has been a bit strange lately. Reclusive with a bit of a Buddhist feel. Some demonic incidents are also left unchecked and allowed to be resolved by humans themselves. But if the existence of demons is confirmed, it will lead to countless ordinary people flocking to it, leading to demon worship and more demons invading Blue Star. The world has undergone some new changes. It's time for humans to learn to face demons. Ancient One's eyes were clear and he said slowly. Her current idea is very simple. She is optimistic about stranging when necessary. Take action in advance. No one can stop her great plan to retire. Since Time Gem was unable to observe the timeline, some strange things have appeared. There are some things that she just can't handle. Mordo didn't understand. But the Sorcerer Supreme's decision to announce the existence of demons to the human world naturally made sense. He sat down obediently and looked at the picture in the magic light curtain. Ancient One picked up the teacup, looked through the layers of space constraints, and saw a blocked mirror world. An ancient statue occupies a corner of the world. An endless turbid seawater gushes out. A simple metal door stands in another corner of the world, emitting vast starlight. Countless dark blue tentacles emerged from the turbid sea water, and the bright and cold starlight swayed. The two phases were tilted and their forces collided. The mirror space shook, and dark blue water appeared in Ancient One's eyes, which were instantly wiped out by the cold starlight. The power of the deep sea and the power of the starry sky favor each other. An invisible knowledge spreads. Ancient One blinked, and the vision in his eyes disappeared. She gently rubbed her temples, feeling a little itchy inside. There has been no high-intensity learning for hundreds of years. Is it necessary to grow a brain? I hope Mephisto doesn't cross the line otherwise. Ancient One put down the teacup and looked at the magic light curtain. Most of her power was contained in the mirror world. If Mephisto insists on ending, she will have some difficulties. New York Stark Group District 16. Sumo dragged 3 and ran to a safe zone. Shet let go. Get started. Tony yelled and pushed the director away from him with difficulty. Little Pepper worriedly knelt down and helped him up. Victoria straightened her messy red hair, glanced at Sumo, and continued to report the situation. Hello viewers, this is New York. We are directly witnessing the scene where humans transform into demons. Don't blink. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to witness the birth of a demon. Sumo held the tablet with an excited face and started to give part-time commentary. Obadiah lived up to expectations and really made a big one. Sumoyo wouldn't have known that he was a devil, would you? Tony stood up with difficulty and asked, seeing Sumo's excited face, as if he had won a sky-high lottery ticket. He couldn't be too happy. I definitely don't know. Sumo coughed twice and told the truth, seeing Tony, George, and Pepper all looking at him suspiciously. Sumo immediately raised her chin and explained. What a fuss, I once met a mafia leader. He turned around and took out a statue of an evil god, the kind that contains special radiation. I also fought with a mutant as we were fighting. He transformed into a demon mutant, which shocked me. As for Obadiah, having lived for more than 50 years, it's normal to have some trump cards. Sumo said slowly. His guess was right. The plot has gone down the road of splitting. Today's villains don't have any trump cards and are embarrassed to call themselves villains. But Obadiah is a real dog. He endured the torture of the nano spider and took 2 sniper bullets. He didn't turn into a devil. This old guy is a B****ch. What now? Will my bullets be useful against demons? George held the pistol tightly and asked the question that everyone present was most concerned about. Definitely useless. Bullets can kill demons and even sows can climb trees. Sumo replied immediately, picked up the tablet, and began to direct John and his duplication to retreat and return to the refrigerated truck. Stop the live broadcast first. Your behavior has caused unprecedented panic. Victoria Hand finished her report and looked at Sumo solemnly. Impossible, this is your job, not mine. Sumo replied without looking up. The moment Obadiah revealed his trump card, his goal was truly achieved. Live broadcast to kill a human being, weak out of style. Kill a demon live. Be the first person in history to eat crabs. That's the real bull. As for public opinion and panic, as long as Sumo calms down, let SHIL D clean up this mess, click. Victoria looked serious and said sternly, I'm working. Please cooperate. The gun in his hand was pointed straight at Sumo. She must use all means to get Sumo to stop this live broadcast. This is the duty and order of SHIELD. Calm down. Calm down, don't get excited. Tony quickly stood in front of Sumo and signaled Victoria not to be impulsive. Our current enemy is Oba, that red demon. Don't fight among yourself. Do you have a way to deal with that crazy demon? Faced with Tony's questioning, Victoria's pretty face was solemn and she put down her gun. She knew that a gun alone couldn't make Sumo let go. But she still had to try, and sure enough it didn't work. What can you do? Victoria asked helplessly. She tried hard but failed again, so Fury has nothing to say. Right, let's start serving dinner. Sumo coughed lightly, looked at Tony with a deep look, and said in a deep voice, Tony, it's your turn to show off. Go and use your steel battle suit to defeat this demon. Tony. Sumo, don't be ridiculous, I'm almost out of battery. And this big guy, you are responsible for what you did. Tony looked confused and waved his hands repeatedly. An iron overlord pushed him to the ground and rubbed him. Then when he met a 5-meter-tall demon, wouldn't he be trampled to death? Tony, I have confidence in you. You must also have confidence in yourself. Sumo reached out and patted Tony heavily on the shoulder, encouraging him, you are Iron Man, how can you be so soft? Get up and K him, Sumo, get out of here. Obadiah, who completely transformed into a demon, let out a ferocious roar. A huge sound wave swept around, and the glass on nearby high-rise buildings shattered, threatening to spread. Look, Sumo, his target is you. Tony immediately felt confident and reached out to push Sumo. Obadiah has revealed his trump card and you must have too. Don't be stubborn, he urged, looking very expectant, ready to steal a lesson. Tony, my trump card is you. Sumo sighed and looked down at the tablet. Alice, how long until my little Tony arrives? Little Tony, the hair on Tony Stark's body stands on end. Boom subconsciously stretched out his hand to block it, and the steel palm and steel crotch made a violent sound. His little Tony is still there, still there. Pepper on the side couldn't help but cover her face, feeling embarrassed. There are still 13 seconds, 11 seconds. Alice's clear voice began to count down. Sumo raised her head and looked at the night sky in New York. A group of eye-catching orange-red fireworks cut through the long night. From far to near, the 2-meter-long red metal cylinder slowly landed in front of everyone. Alice, give authority to JARVIS. Tony, don't move, Sumo ordered. The red cylinder unfolded from the middle, wrapping around the panicked Tony like a fluid. Sumo, wait, what do you want to do? Although the little toys I made were failures, they were barely functional, Sumo explained patiently. He borrowed the steel battle suit-headed nanorobots and tried to make Tony's nano battle suit in the future. Apparently, he overestimated his mechanical abilities and the experiment failed. The red metal cylinder transformed into countless nanorobots, which poured into Tony's steel battle suit and began to repair the damage and strengthen the suit. 3 miniature arc reactors moved to Tony's chest, emitting a stable light source. Wow. Is this the reactor I gave you, Alm? The performance of the armor has been improved by more than 3 times. Sumo, you are a genius. The golden red steel battle suit is 3 meters tall. Its body is much wider, and its whole body exudes a cold metallic light. Tony suddenly became excited and reached out to touch the sweat on his body. The authority is given to you, you can do it yourself. Go and deal with Obadiah first. Sumo urged, pushing the 3-meter-tall Tony out. If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. This sentence is true, Obadiah. Come try out my new battle suit for arc reactors. Nanorobots and steel battle suits were integrated. And at the moment Tony was bursting with confidence. We need to regain our place, avenge the shame, attack. Iron Man with Sumo shouting. Tony activated the steel battle suit and flew straight towards Obadiah. Tony! The 5-meter-tall Obadiah looked like a little giant. With a sinister smile on his face. The ferocious palm spread out and turned into an afterimage. Hitting Tony directly on the back, boom. Tony flew up horizontally, landed vertically. And hit the asphalt road heavily. He stood up unsteadily. Unable to see clearly what was in front of him. A big red foot kicked him out with a bang. Sumo, where was your arrogance just now? Why did you hide at the back? Hey, you are just a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Obadiah laughed heartily, with flames rising all over his body. The demon's pressure was like a big stone pressing down on everyone's hearts. Tony, who was kicked away, fell next to Sumo. Numerous cracks appeared on the chest and back. And nanobots were working hard to repair them. Sorry, I forgot to enchant you. Sumo slapped her head, squatted down, and apologized quickly. How can you fight demons without enchanting them? B. You tricked me. Tony looked in disbelief and felt as if his whole body was falling apart. He was kicked back before you remembered that. Enchantment. Sumo put her hands on Tony's chest. And a faint gray mist spread on the surface of the steel battle suit, turning into strange and inexplicable lines. Okay, the enchantment was successful. Don't fight him hand to hand. You can't bear the devil's power. Use your steel battle suit and I will help you remotely. Sumo patiently warned and helped Tony up, this time. You didn't forget anything, right? Tony glanced at the gray lines on his body and asked worriedly. Are there any spells, weapons? Don't give it to him until the end, when he is almost out of it. Definitely not, I have a good memory. Sumo said sincerely, pushed Tony out and shouted. Attack again, Iron Man. Shit, can you shut up? What an embarrassing line. Tony had no choice but to activate his battle suit and rush towards Obadiah again. This time he did not rush forward, but landed on the ground not far away. He charged up the battle suit on his chest and fired an extremely thick laser cannon. Boom! Obadiah's muscular bulging lower abdomen was covered in October marks. Tony, this time I will eat your soul. Obadiah's eyes breathed fire, and he moved his huge body and rushed towards Tony. Tony used the flexibility of the steel battle suit to start a swimming battle with the 5-meter-tall red demon, constantly firing light cannons from his hands. The edge of the battlefield, is this your plan? Tony Stark alone cannot solve such a big evil. Victoria reminded, glancing at the tablet in Sumo's hand. Obvious lithe man in front of him is still hiding. Still unwilling to reveal his last trump card. Is the magazine full? Tony is in danger right now. Sumo asked in a low voice, looking up at the battle situation in the distance. The steel battle suit's laser cannon is not very lethal to demons. But Obadiah can tear a hole in the steel battle suit with one claw. Only with the protection of the Faceless Men, Tony can survive in Obadiah's hands. Afu, it's ready, Master John. Okay. Sumo duplication, does this bullet work? Directed and acted by myself, a bit naughty fortunately. When Sumo duplication went downstairs, he easily carried 2 boxes of special ammunition and prepared for the worst case in advance. In the refrigerated truck, 3 people hurriedly loaded the bullets, put their magazines on their backs, and looked for their respective sniping locations. Definitely a holy silver bullet, designed to fight against demons, fire. Hit him in the head. Sumo gave an order and tapped the screen with her finger. The close-in defense gun on the refrigerated truck completed cooling and the barrel rotated again. The yellow and orange cuties formed a terrifying metal torrent and crashed into Obadiah. Chug tug tug tug. Obadiah was shocked and let out a low roar. The steel bullet could not penetrate the demon's skin, but the powerful kinetic energy contained in it still acted on him. There was a burning pain in the chest and abdomen, and the body retreated involuntarily, Obadiah. Tony roared, and a bright beam of light condensed on his chest. A huge light cannon was ejected and hit Obadiah's head. Boom! The ferocious demon tilted its head back, and Obadiah fell to the ground in a state of embarrassment. His eyes dizzy. Bang, bang, bang. Harsh gunfire suddenly rang out from the surrounding buildings. Silver bullets flew out one after another, accurately hitting Obadiah's forehead, eyeballs, temples, and other parts. Jai. The silver bullet easily pierced the demon's skin and penetrated into the demon's flesh, bursting out all the sacred energy. Flesh and blood sizzled, and black smoke filled the air. Obadiah couldn't help but scream miserably, and covered his head with his huge palms to prevent being shot again. He tensed his muscles and squeezed out several rusty silver bullets. The terrifying demonic power quickly heals the wound. Sumo, where's mine? Tony shouted with a dissatisfied look on his face. You said it, nothing was left out, but what is this? He fought for a long time, but failed to break through the Red Devil's defense. As a result, when you shoot, you will see blood. So what about mine? Tony looked at Sumo in the distance with an expectant look on his face, the emotion of wanting already written on his face. Pepper facepalmed again. Tony, where is your arrogant persona? Collapse. His muscle density is very strong and his strength is very sufficient. The sacred silver bullet can damage but cannot kill. Sumo saw the scene of Obadiah squeezing out the bullet and analyzed it calmly. Replace the faceless bullet. Next wave I will kill this demon. 0. Tony. Take the ammunition. Don't fire without permission. Wait for my command. He quickly sorted out the battlefield situation. And the advantage was his. Copy that. Come on. Bang. Tony urged excitedly, and was suddenly blown away by a ball of fire. The gray lines on the steel battle suit slowly squirmed, swallowing the angry hellfire and protecting Tony inside the suit. Alice, fire. Bruce, throw the ammo to Tony. Sumo's eyes flashed and he immediately ordered. On the refrigerated truck, the close-in defense gun began to rotate and move, and finally hung on the side of the carriage. A brand new close-in defense gun was raised again. The barrel turned and aimed at Obadiah, who had just stood up and his face was covered in blood. Victoria and George were frightened and chilled. There are 2 aircraft carrier close-in defense guns hidden in one vehicle. It's only now revealed that Sumo is really a loser. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared from the refrigerated truck. Sumo's duplication appeared in front of everyone carrying an ammunition box. Gene lock level 2 open. His muscles bulged and his strength surged, throwing the heavy ammunition box several meters away, falling heavily on Tony, who was blown away, hungry. Critical hit plus from teammates. Tony almost couldn't breathe. His eyes rolled white, and he struggled. Move the ammunition box from your body. The power of heaven. Have you also become the lackey of those hypocrites? Then I'll get rid of you first. The wound on Obadiah's face healed, and his red eyes were fixed on Sumo. The biggest variable tonight is Sumo from beginning to end. There are endless trump cards, close range anti-cannons, top killer nano armor, and even sacred silver bullets. From beginning to end, Sumo didn't take any action herself. She made him so embarrassed, but he also figured out the reason why Sabertooth failed. Exorcist bullets, hey. Obadiah showed a ferocious smile. His eyes were red, and he growled. In the face of absolute strength, they are all rubbish. A hot flame ignited. Obadiah's body swelled again. His muscles bulged and his strength skyrocketed again. The endless anger turned into rough and strange red runes, spreading all over his body in an instant. An 8-meter-tall demon body stood on the street, exuding terrifying pressure and hot flames. Tony opened the ammunition box and controlled the nano manipulator to load the ammunition. His mouth was wide open, his face full of disbelief. He is natty, how can he become bigger? Obadiah was at most 2 meters tall, and now he is 8 meters tall. Are all demons so unreasonable? Work, roar. A roar full of anger turned into a substantial sound wave, sweeping across all directions. The earth cracked and earth and rocks disintegrated. Everyone ignored the shock and subconsciously looked for a bunker to escape. Only Sumo stood in front of the huge demon, his sword eyebrows furrowed. This old guy is a real dog. Special skills or hidden strength? Seeing Obadiah's ferocious ray, he smashed everything around him wantonly. Sumo nodded and understood. Note that Obadiah is similar to a berserker. He uses anger to increase his strength. But his reason is weakened. Fight hard. Pay attention to cooperation and listen to my advice. Tony exclaimed, "Stop beeping." He rushed towards you. Obadiah moved huge amounts of his body like a thick mountain and rushed towards Sumo. "Wow, you really love me deeply." Sumo chuckled lightly, not panicking at all. Gene lock level 2, yay. Chi-san Chi's heart beats like war drums and thunder. Blood pumps and power originates from deep within the body. Sumo's pupils were blank and his figure was like the wind. Jumping up suddenly, running towards Tony on the other side of the street. He wanted to divert Obadiah away to prevent Pepper, George and others from being accidentally injured. Roar. Obadiah's eyes were reddened in his furious mood. He only retained the murderous intention and hatred for Sumo. He took steps and chased Sumo with bang bang bang. Alice Bruce F **K it in the **. Tony is ready. Sumo used herself as bait to attract Obadiah's attention while escaping, and issued combat orders as the day progressed. Receive. Sumo's duplication responded, standing on top of the refrigerated carriage. The barrel of the close-range anti-cannon controlled by Alice rotated, spitting out an endless torrent of metal, shooting towards the center of Obadiah's two bulging gluteus maximus muscles. Machine cannon sweeps the anus. Sumo duplication. Two-handed AK-47 full magazine without face bullets. Deep 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 deep. Under the second level gene lock, the powerful recoil was suppressed, and gray bullets penetrated the valley at extremely precise angles. Ouch! Obadiah's angry and fierce face froze, and his heavy steps stopped. His hands subconsciously protected his buttocks to block the surging metal torrent. A strange feeling arose. Flesh tore apart and blood gushes out. Demonic power cannot self-heal. The bullet tore open a slender wound, leaving a layer of faint gray stain. Obadiah let out a roar of anger and pain turned his huge head, and looked at the white refrigerated truck that had stopped firing. The barrel of the close-in defense gun was red, and white smoke was emitting. Roar. Obadiah roared angrily, his brain filled with anger, making it impossible for him to think rationally. Turn around and rush directly to the refrigerated truck. John attack his head. Sumo stopped and shouted loudly. Not far away, Tony felt a chill behind him. The unbearable memories of the past came to his mind, and a strange feeling arose. Hiss, so cruel. Tony looked behind him. Subconsciously it was good. No one was aiming at his butt. Boom, bang bang. Sudden gunshots rang out. Tony's face trembled, and he immediately turned around and took a defensive posture. Who is thinking about my butt? Gray bullets passed through a clean trajectory and accurately hit Obadiah's head. Poof tilde few flowers of blood burst out. The bullets easily broke through the demon's skin and penetrated flesh and blood. Wrapped with powerful kinetic energy, it was finally trapped in the devil's hard skull. But it couldn't go any further. The faint gray mist soaked in, assimilating the surrounding flesh and blood, and the power of the faceless man burst out. Obadiah's head was full of blood holes, and a faint gray circle spread. His red eyes gradually dimmed, and his anger was suppressed by some strange and unknown force. Tony headshot with full power, quick. Sumo shouted loudly, waking up Tony, who had a cold butt. He knew very well that the kinetic energy of human weapons was limited, and even with the help of faceless bullets, Obadiah could not be completely killed. Tony is his final blow. Receive. Tony's face was serious, and his armor rose into the air and rushed to Obadiah's head. Stretching his hands, the nanorobot quickly simulated various gun barrels, inserted the sacred silver bullet into the chamber, and aimed at the bloody demon's head. Call out. In the chaotic and anxious battlefield, a sudden sound of breaking wind sounded. Master, there are 3 missiles locked on Obadiah, and they are expected to explode in 3 seconds. Alice's voice suddenly sounded. Tony, run. Sumo's face suddenly changed, and she shouted immediately. Tony, who also heard the reminder, immediately raised his altitude. put away the various gun barrels on his arms, and retreated into the distance. 3 Quinjet fighter jets full of technology are suspended high in the sky. 3 AGM-12B small air-to-ground missiles ejected dazzling tail flames and hit Obadiah in a daze in an instant. Boom! Huge amounts of explosions rose up, and terrifying shockwaves swept across all directions. The earth shook, and the shaking of the ground was felt in more than a dozen nearby blocks. Everyone hurriedly hid behind the bunker, fixed their bodies, and escaped the aftermath of a powerful missile. Tony was thrown away by the aftermath and crashed into a certain building. Countless people in countries who watched this live broadcast were shocked. Use air-to-ground missiles in a densely populated city. Is this the free United States, Shet? Want to steal someone's head? You must have this strength too, a bunch of stupid pigs. Sumo leaned behind a scarred car and cursed angrily. Just one last shot to the head. As a result, D came out to pick peaches, pick his grandma. Sumo wished he could just shoot the black braised egg in the head. The thick smoke and fog caused by the explosion slowly dissipated, revealing Obadiah's scarred body. Hot blood dripped. The wounds on his body healed quickly, and a pair of red eyes flashed with astonishing murderous intent. Roar! Obadiah roared, and the fire of hell burned, stimulated by the physical pain. Obadiah's angry soul instantly awakened and got rid of the suppression of the faceless power. He stretched out his devil's claws and scratched his head hard. A large amount of red blood spurted out. The gray flesh was cut, and the bullet embedded in the skull was shaved out. Ouch. Obadiah roared angrily and stared at the Quinjet hovering in the air with his red eyes. He condensed the fireball with his hands and suddenly threw it high into the sky. The Quinjet hurriedly avoided, but was still hit by the fireball condensed by the hellfire. 3 Quinjet fighter jets emitted black smoke and crashed in New York City. Boom! Explosions sounded. The battle situation expanded, and panic spread further. Obadiah's ferocious face showed an expression of enjoyment. He lowered his head and locked his red eyes on the white refrigerated truck again. Sumo frowned. The situation was in chaos due to D's lower operations. He has the ability to solve Obadiah. But there is one biggest variable: Mephisto. The demon in Obadiah's contract still hasn't shown up. Sumo must hide something. Boom. The other side of the street. A ball of hellfire hit the refrigerated truck and exploded violently. Sumo duplication opened the second-level gene lock, carried the ammunition box and jumped out of the car first. Groups of hellfireballs are coming. Danger perception is triggered, and the body instinctively begins to avoid. Obadiah looked ferocious and began to chase Sumo's duplication, constantly throwing hellfire balls to attack. Afu, aim at Obadiah's butt and empty the magazine. Tony, are you still alive? Sumo quickly issued instructions, and the drone found Tony lying in the ruins, alive, alive. Tony's head was buzzing and he subconsciously replied, "Darling, he was bombed by his own missile in the Middle East. When I returned to New York, I was bombed by a missile again. Damn it, these people are poisonous." Boom, boom, boom. Deafening gunshots exploded over the street. The long and narrow gray bullet, packed with terrifying kinetic energy, accurately penetrated into the center of Obadiah's 2 gluteus maximus muscles. It tore the muscles, penetrated the valley, and spurted out a large amount of blood. Ouch! No species of creature can endure the 1,000-year killing spree of Barrett's anti-material sniper rifle. Not even the devil. The flames on Obadiah's body stagnated, and he subconsciously blocked the bleeding wound behind him. His face was distorted. Rage's emotions slowly faded, and he actually regained some sense. "Tony, go pick up the ammunition box. Let Alice assist the armor," Sumo shouted hurriedly. Duplication stopped escaping at the same time. The muscles of his arms swelled, his strength surged, and he threw the ammunition box away with all his strength. Call out! The ammunition box carried a terrifying force, breaking through layers of air obstacles and flying to an altitude of tens of meters in an instant. Good. Tony gritted his teeth, stood up with difficulty, urged his armor to fly into the air, and lay down towards the ammunition box high in the sky. John, attack his eyes. Bruce, feel free. Sumo stared at the battlefield intently. her brain working at high speed giving instructions. Bang 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 bang, intermittent gunfire rang out. The legendary killer John Wick quickly ran between buildings to find the right location. Holding a submachine gun fired accurately. And each bullet hit Obadiah's eye socket, puff. A red eyeball exploded and thick liquid sprayed out. Obadiah screamed in pain, covering his eyes with one hand and his butt with the other. And the flames on his body gradually dimmed, angry soul. Anger is a source of power. As Obadiah gradually regained his sanity, his strength was rapidly fading. Sumo's duplication took out both guns, aimed at the triangle of Obadiah's lower body and fired. Bang 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 bang, empty the magazine in 1 second. The gray bullet accurately hit Obadiah's important instrument, causing blood to spurt out. A miserable howl resounded over New York City. The cry is so pitiful that it can make those who hear it sad and those who listen to it cry. Obadiah woke up completely, his legs softened. And he knelt down, boom. The huge body knelt heavily on the ground. And his body seemed to shrink, returning to its original height of 5 meters, Sumo. An unexpected gain. He just wanted to attract enough attention from Obadiah and buy Tony some time. Who would have thought? Obadiah kneeled down first, watching this live broadcast in front of the TV. People from various countries fell silent. No matter men or women, they all have a cool bottom. Chilling 2 rounds of bullets raked my crotch. And even the devil couldn't stop it. This trick is so sinister, Sumo. Fortunately, it was done by duplication and has nothing to do with me. I'll try to pinch my face some other time. The duplication trick attracts too much hatred. It's easy to be missed when you go out. Sumo murmured in a low voice and looked up to the sky. Tony carried the ammunition box and slowly landed behind Obadiah. Spreading his arms, Alice controls the nanorobot to simulate various gun barrels, feed special bullets and aim at the target for Tony. The muzzle of the black hole was pointed directly at the huge red devil's head. Fire, bang 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 bang. The sacred silver bullet in one hand turned into a torrent of silver metal and hit the rugged back of Obadiah's head, tearing open a hideous wound. A faceless man's bullet, like a faint mist, flashes away, piercing the demon's skull from bottom to top, destroying everything inside. Obadiah's huge body suddenly shook, and the light in his single red eye gradually dimmed. A huge demon head, shocking, it burst suddenly, like a watermelon falling from high altitude, with countless juices and soft tissues splashing, mixed with some rough bone residue. Tony, shoot the heart. Don't be careless, Sumo reminded aloud. Although I don't know the devil's fatal weakness. Without its head and heart, all monsters and monsters will die. Receive. Tony responded, turned the gun, and targeted Obadiah's heart. All the remaining special ammunition surged out and turned into a torrent of silver and gray metal, hitting Obadiah's broad back, tearing flesh and blood, piercing thick ribs, directly destroying the slowly beating demon's heart. Bye 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 bye. Tony was sweating profusely and used up all the ammunition. Obadiah's heart was completely penetrated, leaving only a large empty hole. Pitter-patter, black and red blood flowed out, and the body slowly fell. Boom. The second largest shareholder of the Stark Group, the demon angry soul Obadiah, finally fell powerlessly and felt the death call of hell. Ha. Countless viewers who watched this live broadcast finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Tony took off his steel mask and sat tiredly on an abandoned vehicle, breathing heavily. Unprecedented exhaustion, more exposed than his craziest party, with more than 20 blonde female models. It's more of a mental fatigue. Well done. Sumo walked over, slowly patted Tony's shoulder heavily, and praised. I said you are my trump card, right, Shet? You are really stubborn. Tony was going crazy and his face was broken. Who would have thought that Obadiah's target was not him at all? But Sumo, the results of it. From the beginning to the end, Sumo did not take any action. He just moved his fingers and directed them to cooperate to defeat Obadiah. Tony was numb and paralyzed from exhaustion. I really don't have the energy to scold Sumo for being goo. Tony, everything is under my control, you have to trust me, Sumo said with relief and looked at Tony happily. There is a feeling that our family has a child who has just grown up. At the moment, Tony lost his original reckless impulse and knew how to cooperate in fighting. His will and spirit withstood the devastation of a round of battle. And his eyes became bright. Sumo knows that with holy silver bullets and faceless man bullets, even ordinary people can kill demons. So he organized this big training. Use Obadiah as a whetstone to temper Tony Alfred. John and others to increase their knowledge and combat experience. Definitely this is just incidental my true purpose. Sumo muttered silently in her heart and looked at Obadiah who fell on his butt. This is a warmonger who has caused countless wars and deaths. And is definitely the precious asset of the King of Hell. Mephisto now that Obadiah is dead. Will Mephisto lose his face and die personally? Trident. Black braised egg Nick Fury. His face was so gloomy that he was about to drip. F***K. Those 3 AGM-12B air-to-surface missiles were launched on his order. And he was preparing to kill someone. Who would have thought that it would be so self-defeating that it would knock Obadiah awake? This scene was captured by a drone. And through live broadcast people all over the world saw it. Where does this put their SHIELD face, Hill? Stop the operation and let all agents deal with the downed Quinjet. Hopefully there weren't too many casualties. Nick Fury covered his head and said helplessly. If a Quinjet crashes and causes a large number of casualties, who will be responsible? Their SHIELD is a secret department and cannot be exposed. Who can take the blame for this? The FBI. Or the new Department of Homeland Security. Nick Fury has an idea in his heart. It is necessary to pay some price and get rid of this scapegoat. Okay. Hill immediately contacted the agent in New York and changed the mission target. Sumo mentioned the holy silver bullet. The faceless man bullet. Do we have detailed information on these two types of bullets? Fury's one eye showed unknown emotions. And he looked at Hill aside. Bullets that can really hurt demons. Even completely killed an 8-meter-tall demon SHIELD must get this kind of bullet. No. There is currently no such special bullet on the market. Would you like to ask the Church in the Vatican? They may know about bullets that are lethal to demons. Hill searched in the SHIELD database and finally shook his head with regret. Whether it is demons or other supernatural creatures, SHIELD has always been an area where SHIELD has attempted but failed to achieve its goals. Contact the Church, collect information about the devil. And do your best to investigate the source of the bullet. SHIELD must master these two special bullets. Fury's face was solemn and he was determined to win. The best thing is to master the making methods of these two types of bullets. Okay, I will personally contact the Church in the Vatican. Hill nodded and said, inform Victoria and seize the demon corpse. At the worst, steal enough samples. Seeing Obadiah lying dead in the live broadcast, the greed in Nick Fury's heart rose uncontrollably. Demon or aliens, take a walk around the laboratory. Everything will become clear. They can determine whether hell exists and obtain more information about the supernatural world. Or even make a demon serum. Yes, Director. Hill nodded and immediately contacted the on-site commander Victoria Hand. Camertage, magicians, mortals can also defeat demons. Madhu stood up in shock and stared at the picture in the magic light screen with a look of disbelief. Even he is not 100% sure of winning when facing the 8-meter-tall demon. The angry soul. Not to mention a group of ordinary people without any extraordinary powers. You see, mortals can defeat demons. Ancient One made tea nonchalantly and spoke slowly. This little guy keeps surprising her. Instead of doing it myself, I mobilized the power of the old god to make bullets. Because ordinary people provided the opportunity to kill the devil. Step by step, carefully hiding yourself behind the scenes. Are you afraid of Mephisto? It seems that her last reminder scared the little guy. Thinking of this, Ancient One suddenly felt happy. How could a majestic king of hell be so shameless as to come and argue with an ordinary human just because of Obadiah? Madhu, what do you think when you watch them kill a demon? Ancient One asked, starting to test the school's disciples. Modu's face suddenly became serious, and he said seriously. On the surface is a battle of a group of people. But in fact it is just a battle of Sumo alone. He grasped the rhythm of the battle. Brought together a group of scattered ordinary people without any friction. Analyzed the situation. And made the most accurate and correct judgment. It's like an experienced craftsman. Manipulating a group of puppets to perform a puppet show in which ordinary people defeat demons. Full of drama and confrontation. Modu expressed his feelings and his back felt a little chilly. Sumo was invisible throughout the whole process, occasionally showing up. But this battle was in his hands from beginning to end. Even Obadiah is a puppet in his hands. This sense of horror after knowing it later is the most heart-stopping. Well, he is an excellent leader and has a group of loyal and reliable friends. Ancient One picked up the teacup, took a sip, and spoke slowly. He killed demons through ordinary people. Conveying a message to the world, demons are also mortal. They can be killed by ordinary people. Through the live broadcast, this signal shocked the group of guys hiding in the shadows. Invisibly it also erased ordinary people's fear of demons. As a sorcerer supreme who has lived for hundreds of years, her vision can see further and more profoundly, however. They relied on holy silver bullets and faceless man bullets to kill demons with mortal bodies. 27 others don't have these two special bullets. Mordo Magician frowned and pointed out the key points. Without these two special bullets, no matter how good Sumo's command was, and no matter how hard Tony and others worked, they would not be able to kill a demon. So he will become a hero. The human government can't do anything to him, let alone target him blatantly. Ancient One chuckled and explained. Sumo dared to start the global live broadcast and was ready for everything. He calculated that Obadiah had an ulterior card, was fully prepared for the challenge, and paved the way for himself with a great reputation. He holds two special bullets in his hand. As long as the White House, Congress, Pentagon, and the military are not stupid, they will extend an olive branch of goodwill for cooperation. Modu suddenly understood, but frowned again and asked again. Letter 3005. However, this is not good for him. Whether it is a sacred bullet or another special bullet, it cannot be mass-produced and cannot be used to make a profit. Such an open and honest exposure, pushing himself to the forefront, what good will it do to him? Obviously, Sumo can quietly solve Obadiah's case and limit the insiders to a certain range. Ancient One stopped making tea and said softly, perhaps this is the meaning of the old god behind him. New York. Sumoho was at the scene. Didn't know that his behavior had triggered so much speculation in Sorcerer Supreme. He opens the system panel, host Sumo. Emotional points, 52.1 W. Extraordinary ability, disqualified from the human world, Golden Legend. Which invalidates all money's abilities that come into contact with one's own body. Extraordinary ability, Moonlight Beast, blue quality. Extremely strong regeneration ability. Comprehensive strengthening of body functions. The ability to transform into a white giant tiger. And the ability to transform into the breeze. Extraordinary ability, perfect crime, blue quality. Gene lock level 2, blue quality. Normal skills, biology, medium level. Firearm specialization, elementary level. Combat, elementary level. Inventory, Mask of the Faceless Man, Golden Legend. Although there weren't many scenes in the back, I still made a whopping 520,000 yuan. Sumo suddenly smiled and said happily. 5 times of red fishing must have pulled Gwen. Tried his luck at a negative distance scene, made a nest of fish. Fight for the possession of the European Emperor and catch a Golden Legend. He doesn't need much ability, just awesomeness. Regardless of other fishing, the Golden Legend must have an offensive ability, which is related to magic. It is best to have both magic and martial arts, able to resist and fight. Sumo is already dreaming about fishing tonight. This devil's body now belongs to our Homeland Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Victoria, hand holding the certificate, said seriously. A group of SHIEL D agents behind him wanted to get close to Obadiah's body, but were stopped at gunpoint by a heavily armed SWAT team. Haha, I don't care what country you are in, this is New York. Cases that happen in New York are under the control of our New York Police Department. George Stacy slapped his police badge and shouted, "There is an order from above to seize this demon corpse." The experienced George has already guessed that this is a game between high-level officials. If he can handle this matter well, it is not impossible to move his butt upward. Hey. This is my trophy, have you asked me my opinion? Tony had a displeased look on his face and walked over as if he didn't recognize his relatives. This is a demon that he worked hard to get rid of. He must take it back and study it carefully. That's right, we will take care of the devil. Do you want to pick peaches, remind you? I am still live broadcasting. And viewers all over the world are watching. Sumo came over with a smile on her face and stepped in. He doesn't care about this demon corpse. He just wants to muddy the water and add heat to the live broadcast. Victoria, damn it, the opponent fouled. They 630 are a secret department and cannot be exposed. Victoria immediately took back her certificate. Her pretty face was serious and she still refused to give in. George's face became solemn, managed his expression well, and said, "This is New York and we, the New York Police Department, have the responsibility to protect the safety of the people of New York. This body may contain special radiation or unknown viruses and must be handed over to the relevant departments for processing." He couldn't grab it openly, so he could only wait for time. When the game between the top leaders is over, someone will naturally come forward to solve this mess. I'm the president of Umbrella Biotechnology Company. I've already called someone. Soon, Umbrella's Chemical Defense Department will arrive to deal with this dangerous body. Sumo put her hand on Tony's shoulder and said meaningfully, he wouldn't mind taking this demon corpse and doing some research. By the way, we can also make some exchanges of interests with the military and the Pentagon. A sure profit trade. George's serious face froze and he said, "This is a murder case and should be handed over to the New York Police Department." He changed his angle and prepared to use the reason of homicide to detain the body. This reason is very legitimate. At least the viewers in front of the TV can't fault it. Not far away, a figure suddenly appeared from the window of a building. He is tall, BDBI, and thin with an old face. He is dressed in a suit and leather shoes, exuding the temperament of an English gentleman, and is leaning on a gentleman's cane. Obadiah is actually dead, the soul is torn into countless pieces, pulled by hell but unable to escape from the body of death. The king of hell, Mephisto, follows Fiend's covenant. At the moment of Obadiah's death, Fiend's covenant was triggered and he rushed over. Mephisto stretched out his old palm, pulled out the broken soul from the corpse, and looked through Obadiah's memories. Trash. Stupid pig. You actually exposed your identity without permission to deal with a few weak humans. And you were actually shot to death by a group of ordinary people. Shame, this is a naked humiliation to the devil. You are not qualified to be a demon at all, let alone a spirit of anger. Mephisto's old face gradually changed, revealing a hideous and terrifying demon face, full of anger. As a devil, cunning is his nature. Obadiah exposed himself recklessly and was tricked by a group of ordinary people. This is simply the devil's greatest humiliation. Since they are all dead, let's use the waste. The shadow of hell appeared in Mephisto's eyes, crumpling Obadiah's soul fragments into a ball. Use the devil's secret method to cook it. Separate a ray of spirit, and completely control Obadiah's remaining soul. Weak and arrogant human beings. If you dare to destroy my soul cash machine, then you will pay the price with your life, or you can replace Obadiah and become my new soul cash machine. Mephisto rolled his eyes and looked at Sumo and the crowd cunningly. Obadiah is alive and can provide him with a constant stream of souls to enhance his status and wealth. Now that Obadiah is dead, his income has shrunk significantly, and he must find a new cash machine. Let you see what a real angry soul looks like. Mephisto stretched out his hand, and Obadiah's remnant soul fell back into his body. A terrifying demonic aura suddenly arises. Camertage. Ancient one who was drinking tea leisurely looks slightly changed. He stood up and opened the portal directly. I think the body can be divided equally. According to contribution, the New York Police Department has one leg. The Homeland Strategy and Bureau of Homeland Strategy has one arm. And the rest belongs to us, how about it? Sumo smiled and proposed her own solution. George's face darkened and he almost cursed. Do you think this is dividing the spoils? Should they be divided equally according to contribution? You take the majority and we are all your little brothers. George gritted his teeth and maintained good expression management. Who is it who released this arrogant guy? Victoria was stunned when she heard this and showed hesitation. An arm is missing, at least add a pair of long legs. Only then can she agree. This distribution is very reasonable. We contribute the most and we take the lion's share, I agree. Tony regained his arrogant attitude and had no scruples in front of the live camera. He must keep the fruits of his labor. We can discuss it in detail, his body is very big. Victoria looked at Sumo, her eyes flickered. And she said softly, Shet. Pay attention to the occasion, this is a murder scene. And you turn off the live broadcast immediately. George suddenly couldn't hold himself any longer. The corners of his mouth twitched and he yelled loudly. Do you also have a special department, a secret department? At the same time, he gave a subtle wink to Sumo. Turn off the live broadcast. Get rid of the territorial strategy and the bureau. And let's talk in detail, haha. This is a good opportunity for the audience in front of the TV. Sumo started to be careless and prepared to mix up the live broadcast time. If you wait a little longer, Another 100. 0 emotion points will arrive, Master. Obadiah's body activity suddenly increased and he is alive. Alice's crisp voice suddenly sounded from the tablet. Sumo's face changed slightly, coming from the dangerous perception of the beast. And she noticed a terrifying sense of peeping. That look was full of malice and greed. As if it wanted to eat him alive. Mephisto. The Hell King of Obadiah's contract finally appeared. Afu John Bruce retreat immediately, run. Sumo instantly determined the source of the voyeuristic feeling and immediately issued the order. At the same time he grabbed Tony's arm with one hand, picked up Commissioner George of the New York Police Department with the other, and ran away. Hey wait, I can run by myself. Tony's face suddenly turned green and he said. He was dragged behind Sumo, and his butt kept rubbing against the gravel and bricks. Doom sparks all the way. Fortunately, there are nanorobots for shock absorption, but the consequences would be disastrous. Victoria was stunned for a moment, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the devil's corpse with its butt in the air, and suddenly stood up. Her pretty face suddenly changed. Her heart rang with alarm bells and she ran away. Once alive, second time ripe. The SWAT team lowered their guns and followed behind with a group of SHIELD agents in tacit understanding. At this time, if there is no order, you are right to follow the boss. Why are you back? Pepper put down her work phone and asked with confusion on her face. This time the scene was a little familiar. As if I had seen it not long ago, but it was a little different. Sumo dragged Tony and Director George, and without blushing and out of breath, threw the two of them to the ground and explained. The real battle begins now. He turned around, looked at Obadiah's body standing up again, and cursed secretly. What a stupid cheat, Mephisto. You shameless thing. You dare to do something but don't dare to show your face. Hiding in a dark corner as a peeping Tom. Flying over Obadiah's body, tilde. Isn't touching a corpse the same as taking a plane? On a certain building. Mephisto's face turned green with anger. It was really green with green flames coming out of his eyes. And he gritted his teeth and said, You arrogant human beings dare to humiliate the king of hell. Just wait. I will definitely prepare a specially comprehensive fiend's covenant for you. From now on you will be afraid of the sun unable to touch women. Thirsty and hungry every day. And bear the burning of hell fire. Then become my tool for collecting souls forever. The dark shadow behind him gradually lengthened and transformed into the shape of a huge and terrifying demon. On the street, Sumo looked around, and the sense of peeping became stronger. Full of malice and anger, but it just doesn't come out. What the hell are all the kings of hell so thick-skinned? You're flying in front of a corpse and you don't dare to admit it. He sarcastically said, feeling a little uneasy because of it. This demon who has lived for countless years has a thick skin. Unlike Obadiah, who would become furious after a little provocation. King of Hell, is there another demon? Tony stood up tiredly and looked around with a wary expression. He asked in a low voice, are there any bullets left? Mine has been used up. All the special bullets were poured on Obadiah. And he had no health left, there is none left. Sumo shook his head slowly. All 2 boxes of ammunition were consumed, which was caused by him deliberately. The next battle is not something you can interfere with. Give me the steel battle suit. Oh. This is made according to my figure. You probably won't be able to fit it. Tony nodded and took off his battle suit without any hesitation. His eyes were slightly envious as he glanced at Su Li's tall figure. Regardless of height or muscles, he is stronger than him. Can these brothers get along well with each other again? Did they agree to have fun and enjoy life together? As a result, you are working hard all by yourself. How will he cope with this? Tony curled his lips. And the moment the soles of his feet touched the ground. If your calf becomes weak, you will fall, Tony Pepper. With her quick eyes and hands, helped Tony, who was about to fall, looking at Tony, who was tired and weak in his legs. He looked like he was suffering from kidney deficiency. Sumo hesitated to speak. You won't be in there, what's the point? If he really did that kind of thing, he would never touch this steel battle suit, Shet. It was me who defeated Obadiah, I was the main force. I was the one getting beaten the whole time. I'm exhausted, I'm tired. What dirty things are on your mind? Tony leaned against Pepper, barely standing, and retorted loudly, is he that kind of person? He doesn't have those weird hobbies. Pepper can testify. The main thing is, I saw you like this before. It's all about exhaustion afterwards. The kind of partying that lasts all day and all night. Sumo was a little worried, but he felt relieved after getting a detailed reply from Alice on the tablet. However, Tony's body is really weak. Where are you now? Your legs are so weak that you can't stand still. Beside, Pepper, who was a human crutch, nodded silently. Her first thought coincided with Sumo. Damn, what did you order? Aren't you still clear? Tony was going crazy. He was obviously fighting with all his heart and was exhausted to the point of collapse. But it was misunderstood that Mimi was doing bad things. And she was suffering from collapse caused by overdraft of the kidneys. Who should he talk to reason with this? Gentlemen, this is not the time for small talk. You should go, a clear and gentle voice suddenly sounded. Sumo didn't even need to look back to know that the Ancient One was coming. He turned to look at the Sorcerer Supreme who suddenly appeared. And joked, Magician, are you finally willing to show up? Wearing a yellow robe. Ancient One has his hands behind his back. His eyes are clear and calm, reminds. Mephisto is targeting you. Do not sign a hell contract with him under any circumstances. She underestimated the shamelessness of a Hell King. Mephisto left the field directly and was about to take action on Sumo. I know that the moment Obadiah turned into a demon, I expected this ending. An unknown light appeared in Sumo's eyes and she said softly. Even when he learned about the Sabretooth contract, Mephisto, he was ready to face a Hell King. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. Boom. The blazing fire of hell condensed into a pillar of fire and rose into the sky. People throughout New York City can see this pillar of hell fire rising into the sky. Please give me flowers, zero ho ho ho. There was a low roar filled with anger. And the flames gradually extinguished. A ferocious demon's head grew out. And he was dressed in a rough red metal armor. Covered with barbs and red runes, Obadiah has red eyes. Carries a giant battle axe. And his body has expanded to an astonishing 100,000 pieces. Like a real giant standing in front of everyone. The ripened soul of Wrath, Mephisto's puppet. Compared to the previous Obadiah, his strength has increased at least 100 times. Ancient One slowly explained, quickly locking Mephisto's position through magic. Next is the most difficult part. If she were in her prime, she could easily kill this demon duplication, and even break into hell alone to teach Mephisto a lesson. But now, most of her power is maintaining the seal of the mirror world. and she can't spare the power to solve the crisis at hand zero. Wow, you look so awesome. Sumo chuckled, a little eager to try. Throwing the tablet to Tony. He took off his suit jacket and hung it on Tony. Tony, are you polite? I can't even stand still. And you still use me as a clothes rack. Alice, I leave the steel battle suit to you. Sumo moved her wrist and gave the final instruction. He looked at the solemn Ancient One, unable to guess the thoughts of the Sorcerer Supreme in front of him. But he never placed hope on others. Magician, take care of them and I'll kill Mephisto. Unprecedented cold murderous intent burst out in Sumo's eyes. And the cold pressure was released. As if a wild beast had awakened and started a bloody hunting game. Ancient One was stunned for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay. With a look, she confirmed that Sumo was not joking. With a mortal body, no. Maybe the current situation was deliberately promoted by that Nyarlathotep. What trump card did he give Sumo? What makes him so confident to face the duplication of a Hell King? Ancient One thought secretly, feeling a slight chill at the tip of his heart, and palpitations after realizing it. She felt like she was involved in a whirlpool. Everyone was a puppet on the stage, being pulled by a pair of invisible hands to play their own role. An inexplicable thought came to mind. Could it be that that weird statue and metal door were also the work of Nyarlathotep? In order to bind her power to the mirror world, provide Sumo with a stage opportunity. Ancient One's pupils shrank slightly, and a long-lost fear enveloped his heart. She looked at Sumo in shock as if she saw an invisible, terrifying, huge, strange, and unknown existence. The 3-meter-high golden-red steel battle suit began to fold and shapeshift. With both hands on the ground, the skeleton structure ushered in earth-shaking changes. Moment. A 2-meter-long golden-red steel dog appeared in front of everyone. Zaiti Suwei, what are you talking about? Tony's eyes widened and he couldn't believe that this was his handsome steel battle suit that was full of science fiction and physical beauty. What's this steel dog? What is the use dog riding? This is so poisonous. Sumo raised her eyebrows imperceptibly, looked away, and pretended not to hear. This is the failed product of his nano-steel battle suit. Nano, he hasn't named it yet. Magician, send them away, there will be some big noise next. George, continue to expand the evacuation area. Sumo dropped a word and walked straight towards the 15-meter-tall red devil. The golden red steel dog stepped forward and got into a nearby building. 570 was nowhere to be found. Ancient One came back to his senses, looked at Sumo's back with complicated eyes, and opened the portal casually. He sent Tony and others, who looked shocked, to a safe area. Hot lava flowed on the streets, and the strong smell of sulfur hit your face, the king of hell. Mephisto completely controlled Obadiah's body, looked at the ant-like human at his feet and was about to speak. Mephisto, do you like Obadiah that much? Not only was he flying over his body, but he was also occupying his body. It's so disgusting. Sumo raised his head and his taunt value was maxed out. Weak human, if you dare to insult the great king of hell, I will make you suffer the pain of burning in the fire of hell forever. Mephisto instantly raged, no longer caring about the Sorcerer Supreme. Ancient One, who was watching from the sidelines, raised his giant axe and struck at Sumo. Even if Pin's true body comes, he still wants Su's soul. No one can humiliate the king of hell. Haha, are you angry from embarrassment? Sumo chuckled lightly, her clothes bursting every inch, and her muscles bulged. Beast under the moon, open. Gene lock level 2, craftsman. In an instant, Sumo transformed into a 5-meter-tall white giant tiger and nimbly dodged Mephisto's angry axe. Roar. Sumo let out a powerful and majestic roar, her silver-white pupils full of violent and animalistic nature. The second level of Gene Lock further explores the potential of Moonlight Beast, and coupled with the catalysis of Mask of the Faceless Man, his power has once again been explosively improved. Weak human being. Is this what gives you the confidence to challenge me? Mephisto sneered, his eyes turned redand. He raised his hand. Boom, the ground cracked, and a red pillar of fire rose into the sky, lighting up the night sky of New York City. Sumo stands in the center of the Hellfire Pillar. with her snow-white hair slightly curled and wisps of gray catkins floating around, blocking the burning of the endless hellfire. A little bit capable but not enough. Mephisto narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Obadiah's memory. He was not surprised by this gray power. Lifting the giant axe, he threw out 2 long and thick hell chains with his left hand and pounced on Sumo like poisonous snakes. This is not the first time Obadiah has transformed into a demon. As a Hell King who has survived for countless years, Mephisto is proficient in countless fighting methods, whether it is hand-to-hand combat or magic attack. He is top-notch. Roar! Sumo roared angrily, jumped up, and rushed directly towards the oncoming Hell chain. Click! The tiger's claws roared and easily tore the 2 red chains into pieces. After landing, Sumo looked up at the 15-meter-tall red devil, and her body suddenly turned into wisps of breeze and disappeared from the place. What? Mephisto was startled and subconsciously looked for traces of Sumo. Suddenly, a piercing sense of crisis came from behind. He was about to turn around. A ferocious white tiger suddenly appeared more than 10 meters high in the sky. Its snow-white claws were entangled with gray catkins, and its sharp claws roared, "Call out Chinese letter." The tiger's claws instantly tore the skin and muscles on the back of Mephisto's neck, and red blood sprayed out like a fountain. Roar! Mephisto's eyes were red, was completely angry, and he let out a deafening roar. It's like real sound waves rolling around, causing earth and rocks to disintegrate, and buildings to tremble and collapse. Just like an earthquake, Sumo succeeded with 1 blow and jumped to the top of the building nearby. Silver-white eyes stared at Mephisto, with brutal animality surging. Under the influence of the gene lock and mask, his power continued to rise. The wound on Mephisto's neck healed quickly, and the gray substance carried by Sumo's tiger claws was quickly eliminated by the power of the King of Hell. A huge red axe fell from the sky, carrying strong wind pressurine struck Sumo. The building tens of meters high was split in half in an instant. The power of the battle axe burst out, and an explosion exploded. Mephisto suddenly turned his head, made a fist with his left hand, and struck Sumo, who suddenly appeared. Boom! A terrifying force hit Sumo's head, causing her body to fly out uncontrollably and hit the asphalt road heavily. The earth cracked, and a terrifying deep pit suddenly appeared. Mephisto sneered. He is the King of Hell who has lived for countless years and has experienced countless battles. What kind of enemy has he not seen? A mere breeze, a sudden attack, can only work the first time. Roar! A low growl interrupted Mephisto's pride. Sumo stood up unsteadily and wiped off the gravel from his body. There was something strange about his face, as if he had been sprayed with a water gun. But there was no pain. Mephisto's punch hit the face directly and was completely blocked by the faceless man's mask. Facial defense max, the system really did not deceive me. The next moment, Sumo turned into a breeze and disappeared from the ground. Mephisto raised his battle axe and struck it in front of him. The red battle axe ignited with blazing flames, and Sumo suddenly appeared in front of it. This scene is as if he came to the door on his own initiative and put his head in front of the battle axe. The gap in strength level is an unbridgeable gap. Mephisto completely saw through Sumo's ability to transform into King Feng. Predicted his landing point and took action 1 step ahead. But boom, the red battle axe struck the white tiger's head, making a dull sound. A sticky feeling rose from the handle of the axe. Mephisto looked shocked, but Sumo seized the opportunity. Call out! The tiger's claws roared and instantly tore Mephisto's right wrist, and the heavy battle axe and severed hand fell at the same time. Sumo landed, separated the battle axe and severed hand with a claw, and threw it into a distant building. A golden red steel dog suddenly appeared. Pick up the red battle axe and run away. Ah! Mephisto screamed belatedly. His broken wrist quickly stopped bleeding, and a brand new hand quickly grew. Pain gave birth to rage. Being teased by Sumo and having one hand cut off is the ultimate humiliation for the King of Hell. Mephisto's face was ferocious. He didn't care about the lost battle axe. He clenched his fists and pounced on Sumo fiercely. Roar! Sumo didn't show any signs of weakness. and jumped up to meet him directly, fist bombardment. Tiger claws roar a 15-meter-high demon. The angry soul fights hand-to-hand with the 5-meter-tall sumo. A giant white tiger, blood splattered flesh and blood fell. And the ground continued to shake like an earthquake. Mephisto's body was covered in blood, his eyes were red. But his fighting spirit became even higher. Angry soul grows in anger, rages in battle. Scars as large as file size appeared on Sumo's body. And they healed quickly. The terrifying self-healing ability of the Moon Beast is revealed at this moment. Without the red battle axe, Mephisto could only fight with his fists, unable to cause fatal damage to Suhai. Sumo's faith is ferocious, and his silver-white pupils are full of brutality and animality. But behind the mask of the faceless man, there is a rational soul hidden. Let the giant white tiger roar and fight with the devil. Shat Tony, who witnessed the whole process of Sumo's transformation, gradually opened his mouth and his eyes widened. His good brother actually turned into a terrifying giant tiger. He also had a back-and-forth fight with a huge red demon that was 15 meters tall. Darling, is this still my good brother? Tony looked a little dazed, and his mind suddenly recalled Su Liu's words. The real battle begins now. Is this the real battle? Just now, a group of ordinary people cooperated with each other to attract Obadiah's attention. With the help of the power of special bullets, they barely managed to kill Obadiah. Much of it is due to Sumo's command and decision-making that they were able to succeed. Now Hellfire Pillars, all kinds of terrifying and weird hell magic, and Mephisto's fast domineering, yet insidious close combat if it were him. One face-to-face meeting, he would take off and woohoo. Literally taking off. Compared with Mephisto, Obadiah is just a newborn fool. Shet, how many trump cards does he have? With the support of Pepper, Tony looked at the battle scene on the tablet with complicated eyes. And he seems to have only one trump card, the steel battle suit. Look at Sumo again, and even look at the dead Obadiah. Iron Overlord Mercenary 13 transformed into a demon. These are the 3 trump cards. Tony once again felt a deep crisis. He needed to make more stronger and more powerful battle suits to arm himself. At least more than Sumo. The man's strange desire to win is vividly displayed in some places. Almeida, are they trying to tear down New York? George looked horrified and felt the vibrations on the ground, as if one earthquake after another would never stop. In the distance, tall buildings are falling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Red explosions came one after another, accompanied by pillars of hellfire rising into the sky, dyeing the night sky of New York City into a burning cloud. George quickly notified the Bureau to mobilize all manpower and evacuate the surrounding people. At the same time, I called Helen and Gwen to confirm that they were hiding in a safe house and were not in any danger. So I felt relieved. Did this kid know in advance that things would get to this point? So Helen, Gwen, and the others were sent to the safe house immediately. George murmured to himself, feeling a little toothache. On the other side, Victoria was silent, her pretty face solemn and silent. Faced with such a situation, they have no power to contend with it. At this moment, SHI. ELD's embarrassing situation is fully exposed. SHI. ELD has countless elite agents who specialize in handling various crisis incidents. Currently in the Hawkeye, Clint, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, and Bionic Bird Barbara are available. Extremely lacking in high-end combat power. There is even a lack of people with extraordinary powers. Trident. One wave has not subsided, and another wave has arisen. Nick Fury, who had just reported the situation to former director and current director Pierce, stood up again, one eye widened, looking at the Red Devil standing up again in the live broadcast screen. F***K, it's never over, he's going crazy. The follow-up to those 3 Quinjets has not yet been resolved. And the Security Council's accountability has not yet been dealt with. He is plotting against Obadiah's body. Result: the corpse is F***G alive, fark. Nick Fury held his sore head and turned around anxiously. He tried to stay calm and looked at the white giant tiger that Sumo transformed into during the live broadcast, with one eye shining with an inexplicable light. Notify the intelligence team to quickly analyze Sumo's data and build a model. And this demon build a detailed analysis model. Consult with relevant people to find out all his methods. Fury's face was terrifyingly gloomy. Two monsters were fighting violently in a densely populated city, causing countless property crises and destruction. All New Yorkers witnessed it with their own eyes. This matter cannot be ignored at all, but now SHIELD is not the time to appear in the eyes of the world. Hill nodded and immediately contacted all intelligence teams to analyze the various data exposed in the live broadcast of the battle between the two. SHIELD can quickly analyze the fighting patterns of Sumo and Mephisto through live broadcast. Find weaknesses and formulate corresponding countermeasures, although in theory this is the case. Hill was not optimistic in his heart, but his face remained calm. Fury stared at Sumo with one eye, like a jackal seeing its prey, cautious and greedy. Judging from the live video alone, Sumo is as powerful as Hulk. He is absolutely powerful, possesses a certain amount of sanity, and has the strange ability to suddenly disappear and suddenly appear again, which is enough to be on his pre-selected list of Avengers. In this war, Sumo showed excellent commanding ability and leadership style, which can make the Playboy Tony Stark bow his head and cooperate. He has an extraordinary strategic mind, anticipates the enemy's opportunities, and has endless trump cards and strategies. It can be said that in Fury's mind, he is the perfect candidate to lead the Avengers. But Sumo is not the arrogant, silly, and sweet Tony. Such a character is willing to submit to SHIELD. Accept the deployment of SHIELD. And it is obvious that Sumo knows SHIELD very well and even has deep hostility. Nick Fury's eyes flashed, although it was difficult. Sumo's fighting power was obvious to all. Only with such top combat power can he support his Avengers. New York Area 16 of Stark Group has been reduced to ruins. Mephisto's body was covered in scars. And after an hour-long high-intensity fight, Obadiah's body and soul as a carrier were already on the verge of reaching their limits. The white giant tiger that Sumo transformed into had self-healing speed obviously slowed down, and her physical strength was obviously a little weak. The side effects of turning on the second level of gene lock for a long time caused his genes to begin to collapse. Every inch of my body started to hurt. Haha, Mephisto, you seem like you can't hold it any longer. Sumo regained her senses and realized that Mephisto's condition was also very bad. But he could hold on for a while. Sumo Hamilton, your strength is already comparable to some high-ranking demons. Sign a contract with me and I will give you stronger power. Endless wealth and eternal life, Mephisto gasped. And 23 spoke slowly in a tone full of temptation and magic. It is even mixed with extremely sophisticated magic that can charm the human spirit. If it were your mother, I could consider building one. Sumo raised her head and said extremely seriously, Shet. You are looking for death. Mephisto raged, the huge body turns red. The magic power inside the body is rioting, and the skin is faintly glowing red. He's going to blow himself up. Detonate Obadiah's body and soul and teach Sumo a painful lesson. Prove to the world the terror and strength of the devil. Ancient One, who had been staring at the situation on the battlefield, changed his expression slightly. A ripened angry soul, coupled with the power of Mephisto, is more than enough to destroy half of New York City by self-destruction. Ancient One, you will regret not taking action in advance and sending me back to hell. In a certain building, Mephisto's duplication raised his top hat and showed a cunning smile, while using Obadiah's body to fight Sumo. Observe the Ancient One's reaction. It seems like he discovered something amazing. The Ancient One did not take action immediately and allowed Sumo to fight with the little toy he made, causing serious damage to New York City. Does this mean Ancient One can't take action? Is she injured? Her strength is severely damaged and she cannot take action easily. Or is the soul beginning to decay and returning to Emperor Weishin? Various speculations came to mind, and the smile on Mephisto's face became more obvious. He manipulated Obadiah's body to self-destruct without hesitation. Which was his final test of the Ancient One. Mephisto, I won't regret it. Ancient One's face is calm. His eyes are faintly filled with starlight shadows. And the noise is calm, even if she takes action now. She may not be able to block the self-destruction produced by Mephisto. So she chose to believe Sumo and didn't take action, but if New York City is destroyed, she will throw the weird statues and metal doors into Mephisto's hell. Let the deep sea and starlight destroy the entire hell dimension. The other side, Sumoho placed hope on the Ancient One. Perceived an unprecedented crisis. The final counterattack is often the most violent and dangerous. After fighting for a long time, I gain nothing. Sumo smiled, slightly feeling the tingling pain in her body, and transformed into the breeze again. Wisps of invisible wind surge between heaven and earth. Turbulent and invisible. The potential of the beast under the moon has been deeply explored. And the power derived from the silver-mooned breeze. And the beast has been brought into full play by Sumo. In the night sky, a full moon hung in the sky extremely bright. The bright moonlight splashed down, clearing the invisible wind, forming pure and ethereal catkin lines, rushing towards Mephisto's body that was about to explode. Buzz, the sky and the earth buzzed. Mephisto laughed wildly without any sign of resistance. No one could stop him from self-destructing. Wisps of breeze came suddenly, scratching the demon's flesh and blood. The thin silver thread was dyed gray, like a hot knife cutting through butter, easily cutting through the demon's bone marrow. The endless breeze and thin silver-gray threads surged wildly, cutting Mephisto's body wantonly. Pieces of flesh and blood fell off. His red eyes suddenly dimmed, and the violent magic gradually extinguished. In an instant, a 15-meter-tall red demon like a domino began to disintegrate and fall apart inch by inch. Blood splattered, and pieces of meat of different file sizes, and they piled up into a hill in the blink of an eye. The breeze and the thin silver-gray threads converged, and the giant white tiger emerged again. Sumo exited the gene lock, feeling the exhaustion and severe pain in her body, and refrained from showing her teeth. The white hair slowly faded away, the body began to shrink, and gradually returned to human nature. Hiding in a certain building, the golden-red steel dog moved upon hearing the wind, and under Alice's control quickly ran to Sumo. The nanorobot turned into black metal and covered Sumo's body, gradually forming a complete suit. It's so embarrassing. Sumo laughed at herself, supporting the ground with one hand, enduring the emptiness and pain of fading strength. This period of time is his most vulnerable period. The continuous global live broadcast was also cut off by Alice at this moment, leaving a trace of the winners back to the world. In a certain building, Mephisto's duplication suddenly disappeared. Her figure was like an arrow leaving the string, heading straight towards Su Li, who was holding the ground with one hand. Stop! Ancient One's complexion suddenly changed, and complex magic arrays appeared in his hands. The 7 rings of Ragador, ring-shaped magic shields, flashing with surging magic power, stood in front of Sumo. 2 crimson magic chains wrapped directly around Mephisto. Wow! Sidorak's crimson belt instantly shattered. Mephisto's body was filled with surging magic power. His old face gradually became ferocious, and he looked ecstatic. Ha ha ha. Ancient One, what is your level Godfather's strength? It seems you are really old. Are you going to die soon? Humans who have lived for hundreds of years, and the Sorcerer Supreme who has guarded Blue Star for hundreds of years, are finally going to meet their own death. Mephisto, with his physical body alone, smashed through the 7 rings of Ragador and rushed in front of Sumo easily. His right hand turned into a devil's palm and directly locked Sumo's neck. Lift her up with one hand. At the moment, Sumo was exhausted, suffering from the side effects of the gene lock and the feeling of exhaustion as her strength faded. And she had no power to resist. Sumo Hamilton, I'm surprised you can defeat my little toy. I changed my mind. The gray power in you aroused my curiosity, so I'm going to send you to hell to slowly study this weird power. Mephisto looked at Sumo's flushed face and spoke slowly with a unique British gentleman accent. He turned his head again and looked at the furious sorcerer supreme Ancient One. Then I will descend completely. Incorporate Blue Star into my hell. The ground ignited with raging hellfire, enveloping the two of them. The magic surged in Ancient One's body and began to confine the space here, interrupting Mephisto to open the door to hell. A horrible feeling of suffocation came over me. Sumo felt the amazing power and heat in her neck, and a glimmer appeared in her eyes. Disqualified from the world, open. The power that had been hidden by him exploded with unprecedented power at this moment. The raging fire of hell was extinguished in an instant. Mephisto's face changed suddenly, and he was horrified to find that his power was gone. He cannot perceive his own magic power and has lost his authority. Even the physical body has become as weak as a human being. Mephisto looked at Sumo, who was being choked by him in horror. But he didn't see Sumo's face. A round and smooth gray face appeared in front of him. There are no ice nose or mouth. No human facial features or holes. Letter 3005YOU. What on earth are you, Mephisto? Who has lived for countless years, has always thought that he has given up the emotion of fear. But at this moment, he felt a long-lost and unfamiliar feeling of fear that enveloped his body and mind and surged in like a flood. He spoke tremblingly, his throat dry and hoarse. That smooth gray face gradually came closer. Mephisto subconsciously ducked back, and at the same time wanted to loosen Sumo's right hand. Call out. A generous hand locked his neck in the same gesture. Sumo's face was cold, and he grabbed the devil's palm on his neck with his left hand and broke it hard. Mephisto held in agony. He had no magic power and no authority from hell. He was just like an ordinary human being. How could he bear such severe pain the next moment? Sumo locked Mephisto's neck with one hand and lifted him up forcefully. A sense of suffocation enveloped him. His wrinkled old face gradually turned red and distorted, and his eyeballs bulged. Okay. Mephisto struggled wildly but uncontrollably. He got closer and closer to that gray faceless face. Immediately afterwards, his head seemed to be stuck in a quagmire and was swallowed by the mask of the faceless man. Mephisto's hands and feet kept struggling, but Sumo still took his time and lifted him up and stuffed him into the gray mask. The smooth and round faceless mask had ripples on its surface, rotating and forming a vortex that enveloped Mephisto's body. For a moment Sumo stuffed the entire Mephisto into the mask, feeling relaxed physically and mentally. After playing for so long, it's finally closed. I feel completely comfortable. Sumo took off the mask slowly and used the nano suit to wipe the non-existent dirt on the mask. Although this mask of the old god is not material at all, but a collection of some unknown and strange forces, there is no concept of dirty at all. But Sumo still feels that you swallowed the duplication of a hell demon and it is dirty and needs to be wiped. Walter, the Ancient One, used his hands to cast magic. His pupils shrank suddenly and his face was in disbelief. The emotion was so shocking that the magic in her hand could not be maintained and naturally dissipated. Witnessing the duplication of a Hell King being swallowed alive by a human being. How did he do that? Why didn't Mephisto resist? What about the power of the King of Hell? Just let Sumo swallow it. Ancient One was overwhelmed with emotion and could not understand the scene in front of him. Also that mask. Ancient One perceived the power of the old god and thought of many things in an instant. She opened the portal and appeared in front of Sumo, and couldn't help but ask, is this his purpose? The old god you believe in wants to devour the hell of Mephisto. Take away his authority. Ancient One's eyes were serious, staring at Sumo, who was slowly wiping his mask. This operation occurs frequently between dimensions. The powerful dimension Mephisto consumes the weak dimensions to strengthen itself. Ancient One speculates that the old god Nyarlathotep wants to use Sumo to devour an important duplication of Mephisto and gain some authority over hell. Through this, he gradually eats away at Mephisto's hell and grows his own power. Sumo, darling, is this what you mean? Sumo thought for a long time and realized that the him In the Ancient One's mouth was the backstage Nyarlathotep he had set up for himself when he pulled the tiger's skin to pull the banner. I've been telling so many lies lately that I can't even remember them. You guess. For a long time, Sumo held back these two words. Because he really didn't know how to answer. He was just acting in self-defense. At most, there are just too many trump cards. The moment 47 saw Obadiah turning into a demon, Sumo started to be wary of Mephisto. So she let Tony take the lead and retreated behind the scenes. Sure enough, Mephisto's shameless mained it up in person. Sumo never expected the Ancient One to come to the rescue. He liked to take his destiny into his own hands. Disqualification in the world is his biggest trump card. Being able to eliminate the power and flame of the devil is the key to his comeback. Therefore used all means including provoking, insulting, showing weakness, getting hurt at. It's all to lure Mephisto out and have some physical contact. Then, disqualification from the world removes Mephisto's power. And Mask of the Faceless Man takes care of it. The two golden legends are working at the same time. I don't believe that they can't handle Fisto's duplication. 5. I guess it's a yarn. Are you a believer in the old gods? Or am I a believer in the old gods? The one who swallowed Mephisto duplication is you. Ancient One held his forehead and felt his head hurt. There's a lot of excitement today. First, Mephisto suddenly appeared. Then New York City was almost blown up in half. And finally Sumo was almost sent to hell. And the secret of her inability to fully display her strength was almost exposed, leading to an invasion from the hell dimension. This Sorcerer Supreme is getting harder and harder to become. Ancient One shook his head and sighed. Looked at Sumo's slightly trembling body and reminded. Your body can't hold it anymore. And the force that exceeds your body's limit has exploded, causing a complete genetic collapse. Do you need my help? She asked kindly and did not help without permission. After all, Sumo just swallowed Mephisto's duplication. What if she used magic to heal and was swallowed? So scary. Sumo shook her head gently and put on the mask with a calm expression. The gray round mask instantly covers the face, turning into a faint shadow and blending into the skin. A majestic and scorching hellish magic force crazily poured out from the mask and poured into Su-Hai's body that was about to collapse. Sumo groaned. Violent power surged through his body, instantly healing all injuries and further strengthening his body. The skin split into cracks, and red magic flowed through it like lava. The facial features became more profound and three-dimensional, and a pair of eyes turned deep red, as if there were flames burning. The figure gradually grew taller. The fire of hell rose under his feet, and a terrifying demonic pressure descended. Mask of the Faceless Man swallowed Mephisto's duplication and condensed an incarnation for Sumo. Hell incarnation, possessing considerable magic power and hell fire. Rich knowledge of hell and combat experience. Note: you obtained part of Mephisto's memory and stole the power of Mephisto's hell. 0.3%, feeling the newly acquired power. Sumo was pleasantly surprised in her heart, and allowed the terrifying demonic pressure to rage, stirring up troubles in the sky. The unprecedented power made him unable to extricate himself for a while. Mephisto, Ancient One's expression suddenly changed, as if facing a formidable enemy. And golden magic arrays appeared in his hands at the moment. Sumo doesn't look like a human being, but more like a demon that just climbed out of hell. Could it be that Sumo didn't successfully swallow Mephisto, but was Mephisto possessing others' body? Magician, I am sorry. Mephisto's duplication is completely dead, and I have gained part of the power of hell. Sumo woke up instantly and explained quickly, putting the power of hell back into the mask. The demonic pressure emanating from his body was instantly eliminated. At the moment, Sumo once again became an ordinary human being. BDBH in the eyes of Ancient One. Sumo is just an ordinary human being without any trace of extraordinary. Ancient One obtained a part of the power of hell. Part of it. The demonic pressure you just released is enough to rival a demon lord. You are the one who steals the power of Mephisto, the king of hell, openly and honestly. Ancient One let go of his hands. The golden magic circle dissipated, and his eyes were a little melancholy. Damn, I feel sad suddenly, are you envious? She borrowed money from the endless dimension to support the loan. And even signed a contract with Mephisto Dormammu from the dark dimension to gain power for immortality. And Su-Mo actually took the powerful minister by force in front of the rightful owner. Perfectly obtained the power of duplication from Mephisto. Are there any side effects? Ancient One asked softly, with a hint of expectation hidden in his eyes. Seizing Mephisto's power so forcefully wouldn't have side effects. Right? Is the human body constantly turning into a demon? The power of hell gradually dissipates and cannot be replenished. Or cursed by the devil in an instant. Countless side effects appeared in Ancient One's mind. Side effects, Su-Mo frowned, thought carefully for a moment and replied. Probably not. The power of hell is placed on the mask and will not have any impact on me. Take it out when you're using it. Put it back when you're not using it. Because I accidentally stole a few hell powers. My magic power recovered very quickly. Even the incarnation of hell has growth attributes. You can improve your strength by practicing. Devouring other demonsec. Ancient One slowly put his hands behind his back and said nothing. Golden sparks flickered in front of him. Outlining a circular portal, she walked in slowly. Her steps a little slow, Su-Mo's words echoed in her mind. Accidentally, stealed a few bits of hell authority. The powers of hell she has neither sad. As a powerful sorcerer supreme and level godfather. To put it bluntly, is still a wage earner. This little bit of authority is as wide as a chasm. Just like the ancient Eastern landlords who leased their fields to farmers. The farmers needed to hand over enough food. Su-Mo steps ashore and directly owns a piece of land of his own. Although it is small, it no longer costs anything food. Ancient One closed the portal and sat on the wooden chair with a blank look on his face. A farmer like her obtains power land from many dimensions. And the food she needs to pay is her own soul, well. Ancient One let out a long sigh, his eyes full of exhaustion. She became the Sorcerer Supreme and guarded the Blue Star for hundreds of years. But in the end, she could not avoid the end of giving up her soul. The best result is that the soul follows the eternal God and leaves. Su-Mo Nyarlathotep, Ancient One whispered softly. Becoming extremely curious about the power of this old god. Can steal the power of hell by swallowing the duplication of a hell king. This kind of power is unheard of, with her clear eyes. She saw a sealed mirror whirled through the endless space. The vague ancient statues and the mysterious ancient metal doors face each other in the distance. Endless sea water churned, cold starlight splashed. Two terrifying forces collided. And the entire mirror world began to shake. Similar power to that old god. Ancient One's eyes reflected the shadows of the deep sea and starry sky. And he murmured, leaving now, no hello. Can Sorcerer Supreme be rude? Su-Mo pouted. Feeling that today's Ancient One was a bit strange. I heard from Mephisto that Ancient One's strength has been greatly reduced and he may be dying. Not too possible. Strange is still revising the surgical plan for Tony and has no time to go to Karma Taj to learn magic. Ancient One will definitely live well in order to pass down the position of Sorcerer Supreme. I don't want to think about it anymore. I know what the old goblin who has lived for hundreds of years is thinking in his heart. Su-Mo shook his head and looked at the sky of New York City. There were heavy clouds and it was pitch black, tusk. Mephisto doesn't dare to break the holy place barrier of Camertage and seek revenge from me. Su-Mo was immediately proud and composed. Oh Tilda, I still have one last trump card that I haven't revealed yet. So I'm giving up. He opened the system panel, host Su-Mo. Emotional points, 152.1 W. Extraordinary ability, disqualified in the human world, golden legend. Which invalidates all abilities that come into contact with one's body. Extraordinary ability, Moonlight Beast, blue quality. Extremely strong regeneration ability. Comprehensive strengthening of body functions. The ability to transform into a white giant tiger. And the ability to transform into the breeze. Extraordinary ability, perfect crime, blue quality. Gene lock level 2, blue quality. General skills, biology, medium level. Firearm specialization, elementary level. Combat, elementary level. Inventory, Mask of the Faceless Man, Golden Legend. Sumo was stunned, wiped her eyes, and took a closer look. Emotional points 152 1W, 1 million more. I played with Mephisto for an hour and actually gained 1 million emotion points. It seems that the hard work I just put into acting was not in vain. Sumo was instantly elate, the corners of her mouth raised. And she almost grinned behind her ears. It really depends on how bold the people are and how talented the land is. In this global live broadcast, from Iron Overlord to Demon to Mephisto earned 1.5 million emotion points. It was enough for him to make a golden fishing bait. Plus 5 red fishing baits. Oh. There are so many emotions, what should I do? The corners of Sumo's mouth rose, a little sad. If Mephisto Rage climbed out of hell directly, his true form would come to Blue Star. Sumo will clear the emotional points without any hesitation and go fishing directly. Now, you should plan carefully and follow the corresponding fishing ritual before fishing. Sumo touched the corners of her raised mouth and looked at the pieces of Guo-Badia meat scattered on the ground. Big file-sized pieces of meat were scattered on the street and piled up into a hill. In a way, Obadiah is not dead. His soul was cut into countless pieces and still remained in these pieces of flesh. Therefore, the evil corpse has not disappeared. Sumo stretched out her palm and took back the gray power attached to the surface of the meat. Activate the magic power of Hell, ignite the raging hellfire. Wrap and burn all the pieces of meat. After a moment, the hill-like piece of flesh disappeared and turned into a black-red demon seed as big as a fist, which appeared in Sumo's palm. It's something that can turn an ordinary person into a high-ranking demon in an instant. But it will lose control. Sumo couldn't help but shake his head. Put the devil's seed into the mask. Put it in the hands of the incarnation of hell. And played with it like a walnut. It is difficult for the human spirit to withstand the impact of the power of high-ranking demons. And the soul will be instantly distorted after surviving. His personality changed drastically, and he became a demon full of extreme negative emotions. If you can't survive, your soul will be shattered. And your body will turn into a hellish beast that only knows destruction and bloodthirsty. Let the incarnation of hell swallow it. Or keep it as a souvenir. Sumo thought about this question carefully. After all, there was still a broken spirit of Mephisto in it. As a souvenir, I might be able to trick Mephisto in the future. Master. At the end of the street, Afu and John ran over. Master, are you okay? Are you injured? Afu asked anxiously, his eyes full of worry. From the live broadcast, he saw that Sumo suffered a lot of injuries and healed quickly. I don't know how my body is doing now, it's okay. For these minor injuries, my body will self-heal instantly. Sumo chuckled and reached out to pat Afu and John on the shoulders. Thank you for letting you do such a dangerous thing. Afu, Master, I promised Yaosir and Madam that I will protect you. John nodded slightly and said, you owe me a favor, I know. Sumo nodded with a smile, turned around and glanced at the ruins of Stark District 16. Use the power perfect crime to completely erase the blood and body tissue that he accidentally spilled. He wouldn't leave any samples for SHIEL. D or the military. Afu, I leave this to you. Sumo became the hands-off shopkeeper. After finishing his business, he brushed off his clothes and prepared to go to the restaurant to find Gwen and continue his unfinished business. As for Tony, who is still waiting eagerly from afar, Sumo said, as long as he is still alive. How important is it for a brother to have a girlfriend? Okay, Master. Afu nodded and contacted Pepper to deal with the collapse of Stark Group's Area 16. As for public opinion and demons, that's the job of the NYPD and SHIELD. Sumo sent John home, then went to the private dining room and met Gwen, Helen, and the 3 little transparents in the basement. After sending them home safely and reporting to George that they were safe, he drove away. Like a company boss who cares about his employees. At least that's what Sue thought. Parking the Lamborghini in the underground garage of a hotel owned by Umbrella, he turned around and returned, please give me flowers. I quietly climbed up to the second floor, used a little magic, opened the window and got in. Gwen's boudoir is very academic in style. On the side near the window is a log desk and full of books. There is a bedside table in the middle. And on the other side is a light pink soft bed. As expected of Gwen except for one bed which is a bit girly. The rest are all designed according to study standards. Sumo carefully closed the window, inspected the room, and came to such a conclusion. Smelling the clear and fragrant fragrance in the air, he took off his shoes and lay down unceremoniously on Gwen's soft bed, waiting quietly for Gwen to return to the room. At the same time he muted his cell phone, hung up on Tony and Pepperand blacklisted them both. He has very important things tonight and cannot be disturbed by anyone. Downstairs, after comforting Helen and the three little ones, Gwen slowly walked upstairs with a cup of hot cocoa. I didn't know what the guy was in a hurry for, but he sent them home safely and left in a hurry. I wonder if all the injuries on his body are healed. Gwen murmured in a low voice, a trace of worry appearing in her eyebrows. There was a TV in the safe house, and she watched the live broadcast. Sumo fought hand-to-hand with the devil. The bloody violence made her heart twitch. It wasn't until Sumo appeared in front of her intact that her little heart, which had been returned to her chest. Gwen opened the door, walked into the bedroom with hot cocoa, and closed the door behind her, 1 step, 2 steps. She walked to the desk and considered whether to call Sumo. A black shadow appeared quietly behind her, and 2 solid arms suddenly stretched out. Gwen's pupils shrank suddenly. Her thin lips opened slightly and she wanted to scream, but a warm and strong hand covered her mouth. The hot cocoa cup in her hand fell and was easily caught by the person behind her, who then hugged her hard. A flash of fear appeared in Gwen's beautiful eyes, and she began to struggle violently. Gwen, the slightly hoarse male voice with a hint of exhaustion, was particularly familiar. Gwen was startled. Her tight body gradually relaxed and she pursed her lips, wanting to speak. Are you surprised? Sumo chuckled and slowly let go of Gwen, holding hot cocoa in her hand. What a surprise. It almost scares me to death. Gwen turned around and saw Su Fan wearing a white shirt and black trousers. Suddenly surprised and happy, he threw himself into Sumo's arms and punched her. Sorry, I wanted to give you a surprise. Feeling the small pink fist on her chest, Sumo also realized that she had just gone too far. I'm worried that you would be too surprised and call out accidentally, which would attract Helen's attention. Sumo explained in a low voice, looking deeply into Gwen's somewhat evasive eyes. Slowly lean down, eye sweet and silky. With rich hot cocoa there is also a strange heat. A blush suddenly appeared on Gwen's pretty face. She was breathing lightly, and her little heart felt a little square. No, Helen is not asleep yet in the living room. She subconsciously pushed Sumo, but he hugged her tightly. Nothing else. I just want to spend some time with my girlfriend without being disturbed by anyone. Sumo lowered her eyes, looked at Gwen's pretty blushing face, and said with a smile. He was not so anxious to do something like this in Gwen's boudoir. What's on your mind doing that kind of thing? It's not impossible, but you have to control yourself. If you make any noise that you shouldn't make and Helen hears it. Ugh, Gwen's pretty face turned red. She covered Sumo's mouth angrily and stared at him menacingly, like an annoyed cat. Ha ha ha, Sumo smiled and moved her lips. Gwen felt something tingling on her delicate palm, and she hurriedly put down her 943 hand. That's all you have? You still want to block my mouth? It seems you need to study hard, Sumo chuckled lightly, picked up Gwen with one hand, and pushed her to the light pink girlish bed. I'm warning you, Helen, it's downstairs. Gwen is cheerful, shy and nervous. I'm afraid that if Sumo can't help it something will happen, and both of them will die. Worry, I follow the rules. Lying on the comfortable big bed, Sumo picked up the hot cocoa and took a sip. Silky, enjoy silky smoothness. It was indeed delicious, but it still lacked something. Sumo narrowed her eyes slightly and turned to Gwen in her arms. What do you want to do? Gwen shrank subconsciously and asked warily. Drink hot cocoa, Sumo replied with deep eyes. This time's hot cocoa is sweet and delicious. Silky and smooth and first-class delicious. He finally understood why Gwen liked to drink hot cocoa. It tastes really good, Gwen. Two people drinking a cup of hot cocoa. At the same time, Sumo told what had just happened. How he saved Tani, how he came to the rescue. How he had Obadiah under his control. How he lured Obadiah out step by step. And then killed him with one blow. Gwen listened with fascination. But also worried about Sue's injury. Are you injured? Did I put pressure on your wound? She quickly stood up and opened Sumo's white shirt. The well-defined abdominal muscles are exposed, exuding the strength and will of a beast. Gwen's beautiful eyes shimmered uncontrollably. And she resisted looking away. She has such a nice figure, I want to touch it. Sumo instantly noticed Gwen's thoughts. Stretched out her hand to hug her and said, touch if you want. It's not like you haven't touched it before. He stuffed Gwen's bare hands into his shirt. Gwen. A moment of fright, a moment of noise. And a moment of tenderness. Gwen experienced a lot today. Curled up in Sumo's arms and fell asleep unconsciously. What a complete day. Sumo lifted Gwen's messy hair from her forehead and quietly looked at the girl's beautiful and delicate sleeping face. Moment he finally remembered business, fishing. It's been going on for so long it should be almost done. Right. Although I really want to take advantage of the distance and try my luck. If there is any smell left behind and George and Helen smell it, it will really be a disaster. No. It's not that the car overturned, but that the character collapsed. And then he was shot in the head by an angry George. Sumo was eager to try, calling the system in her heart. System on million emotion points. Make golden fishing bait fishing. The 1 million emotional points I just acquired were instantly transferred away and condensed into a ball of dazzling golden bait, which was caught by a thin fishing line. Sumo's heartbeat accelerated, and the hand holding the void fishing rod was shaking a little. He lowered his head, leaned on Gwen's delicate collarbone, and took a deep breath. This fishing is about fate tonight. He completely offended Mephisto to death, and he will definitely suffer even more violent revenge in the future. So he couldn't wait to sneak into Gwen's boudoir, tree his luck, and have a big gamble. He desperately needs strength and an ability strong enough to fight Mephisto. Sumo leaned on Gwen, her wrist shaking slightly, fishing. The golden fishing bait suddenly fell into the endless void, and the thin fishing line tight. Day long time. Sumo's nervous mood gradually calmed down and she stared at the ripples in the void. I don't know how long it took, but little bits of silvery white light emerged from the void, which was extremely bright in the dark night. White. No way. I spent 1 million emotion points to catch a piece of white trash. How can this be? Golden bait can even catch red items at worst. How can it be white? Sumo's eyes widened with a look of disbelief. He spent countless efforts and the 1 million he earned is going to be wasted. For a moment Sumo was completely confused. The fishing line is tight. The ripples in the void are violently tumbling. And the silvery white light emerges slowly like gurgling water. Gradually a miniature, bright and crystal silver white river flows quietly in the void. The fishing rod disappears. Sumo, what the hell is this? Never seen it. It doesn't seem like white trash. System rating white, green, blue, red, gold. Legend. It doesn't have this color. The man of darkness, lord of darkness. Proficient in black magic, mastering unclean knowledge. And knowing all kinds of unspeakable blasphemous rituals. Quality silver time. Note, this is an incarnation of the old god Nyarlathotep. The system prompt sounded. Sumo's eyes widened, and she became excited instantly. The bright and crystal silver river slowly flowed in front of him. The round gray mask emerged uncontrollably, swallowing up the silvery white river. Sumo's eyes closed slightly, and her spirit suddenly fell into the mask of the faceless man. This is a gray world full of hazy fog, a tall and lean figure, wearing a strange robe made of some kind of black fabric, exuded a terrifying darkness that could not be seen directly. The blurry face gradually became clear. It was Sumo's face. Powerful, indescribably powerful. Sumo stretched out her broad and thin palm, feeling the power of an incarnation of an old god. It seemed that with just a move of his fingers, he could tear apart space-time and endless darkness, and swallow this little broken ball in an instant. This can be considered a different kind of god, right? Sumo murmured to herself, her heart, which had always been a little uneasy, instantly settled down, with an incarnation of an old god. He has no fear of Mephisto's revenge, even as has been speculated in ancient times. Sumo wants to steal more powers of hell and eat away Mephisto's hell. Let your own hell duplication replace Mephisto and become the king of hell. Oh, what a grand plan. Mephisto, you did it first, don't blame me. Sumo touched his chin and said to himself. Exit the world in the mask first timing. Sumo perceived abnormalities in her body, so excited. I was so excited because I drew the super quality silver legend. Gwen moved uncomfortably. Her bare hand that had been resting on Sumo's abdominal muscles accidentally. Sumo, Gwen. I have a gentleman's appointment with you. You and I are playing dirty. Right P41. His whole body was tense and he didn't dare to move. Try to divert your attention. Otherwise it will be difficult to get through tonight. Sumo checked the 3 super levels above the golden legend. Silver time, the bait is worth 100 million emotion points. Purple God, the bait is worth 1 billion emotion points. Black universe. The bait is worth 10 billion emotional points. That's right, how can the golden legend be your limit? It's so difficult to deal with a Mephisto. Let alone the Celestial's tribunal of life. And the 4 creation gods. Sumo suddenly felt comfortable and felt that her future was bright. Silver time, the bait is worth 100 million. After seeing the price clearly, Suzanne's eyes widened. His heart beat violently and he became even more excited. 1 million emotional points, fishing for 100 million. Make a fortune. Sumo couldn't restrain herself with excitement. Gwen moved uncomfortably and scratched hard. Gwen. Show mercy, Sumo exclaimed. Hell. There was scorched earth everywhere, the earth was cracked. And the air was filled with a strong smell of sulfur. Roar. Ancient One, I'm not done with you. A majestic roar full of anger suddenly exploded. The ground trembled, the pale red sky suddenly darkened. Countless demons big and small crouched low. Trembling with fear, Mephisto reveals his true form. His huge demonic body is like a 100-foot-tall giant, holding up the sky of hell and stepping on the scorched earth. The endless fire of hell is burning, space is rippled. And it is faintly unable to withstand such a powerful force. Damn it! Duplication didn't issue any warning and was completely killed. It must be the Ancient One who designed a trap to kill duplication. Mephisto gritted his teeth angrily, wishing he could break through the space and come to Blue Star in his true form. Even if she can't defeat the Ancient One, she can't have an easy time. That duplication cost him a lot of money to pass through the holy place barrier of Camertage and appear on the Blue Star. He has been careful and sneaky, providing a large number of souls to hell. Now duplication is dead, with his money path cut off. He has to worry about harvesting souls again. Because the memories of the main body and duplication are not shared in real time. Mephisto does not know that it was Sumo who killed his duplication. Ancient One, I have recorded this account. When you are about to die, I will personally take away your soul. Morpheus 13 Chu said bitterly in the end. There was no choice to settle the score directly with Ancient One. His body gradually shrank. He grabbed a few beautiful succubi on the ground and returned to the palace to vent the raging anger in his heart. The next day, Sumo got up quietly and walked into bed. Looking at Gwen's sleeping pretty face, she couldn't help but lean over and kiss her. Yesterday I almost couldn't help it anymore. But luckily I stopped the car at the last step. I have written down this account, and I will take it back when you pass the 3 rounds of exams. Sumo said seriously with deep eyes. His body has been strengthened by the magic power of hell, and his physical fitness has been greatly improved. In comparison, Gwen's physical strength is too low and she won't be able to bear it. After 3 rounds of exams, the perfect serum for the T-virus has almost been developed. Then you can have fun. A smirk appeared on the corner of Sumo's mouth, and countless ways of venting revenge came to mind. He will definitely pay back the pain he has endured these days. Sumo took out a gold badge from her pocket. A green item that was blessed by the sun and could drive away evil creatures. The material is good. You can add some materials and use it to make Gwen's amulet. He stretched out his finger and pointed it at the center of the badge. A thick, Solidified darkness turned into complex and unrecognizable lines and soaked into it. The gold badge dimmed slightly and returned to its bright and gentle appearance. Sumo smiled slightly, sat at the desk and left a note for Gwen. A gift for passing a round of exams. A magic item that can protect you from demons. You must carry it with you after writing. Press the somewhat heavy gold badge onto the note paper. The body turned into darkness and disappeared in front of the desk. The next moment, Sumo appeared directly in the driving seat of the Lamborghini sports car. It's comfortable to cross space with the help of darkness. You don't have to work hard to climb out of the window. And you don't have to worry about being seen by your neighbors. Sumo used the power of the incarnation of the old god to go from Gwen's boudoir to the hotel's underground garage in an instant. It is perfectly realized that you arrive quietly and leave without leaving any trace. He started the sports car and headed to Umbrella Corporation. Last night's global live broadcast caused huge amounts of public opinion. Countless people want to know whether the devil is real. The White House, Pentagon, SHILD, New York Police Department and other official departments are facing an unprecedented public relations crisis. They have unanimously declared. Last night's live broadcast was a movie carefully shot by a major horror film director in Hollywood. It was a live broadcast of the movie by the official and the Umbrella Company. The official departments tried their best to suppress public opinion and refuted the rumors all night long. And they were exhausted, Sumo and Tony as the initiators. At this moment, I am sitting in the top floor office of the Umbrella Bio building. Eating a delicious breakfast. What did you do last night? Tony glared at Sumoho, was looking proud of himself. Feeling that this guy must have done nothing good last night. He blew the cold wind all night, waiting with all his heart for his best brother to bring him the good news of victory. The results of it. A wave of people from the Pentagon, the military and SHIELD came to ask him for specific details. Tony immediately exploded. His good brother left and he didn't even call him. As a result, he was besieged by government agents. Leave me alone, Sumo raised her eyebrows. Picked up the bourbon and tasted the delicious breakfast while drinking the bourbon. He was not idle last night, he was very busy, damn it. Tony glared at Sumo bitterly, as a famous play. He was sure that this kid had gone to meet a woman at night. Picked up the chlorophyll juice and took a sip. Hiss. It tastes so bad. Tony's face turned bitter and he looked at the bourbon in Sumo's hand. Feeling even more angry inside, has he ever been so wronged? Is the time for the operation confirmed? I've had enough of this damn chlorophyll juice. Tony asked through gritted teeth. Because of the palladium in the micro-arc reactor. His body was chronically poisoned and he needed to drink chlorophyll juice to neutralize it. Next month or next week, Sumo was slightly stunned. He specifically asked what time it was. Tony's eyes gradually became dangerous, his surgery time. How could Sumo forget such an important thing? Can brothers still get along well with each other? There will be a physical test next week. If there are no problems, the surgery will be performed next weekend, Dr. Strange will be there. Alice comes to the rescue at the right time, yes. That's right, Sumo nodded immediately and agreed. He picked up the wine glass and took a sip to cover up his embarrassment. Feb, this scene looks a bit familiar, right? It seems like he does this all the time, boom. There was a knock on the office door and Afu, dressed in formal attire, walked in. Master. The reporters have arrived and the press conference can begin. Afu reminded. Followed by SHIELD agent Victoria Hand and New York Police Commissioner George Stacy. Let's go, Tony. Sumo wiped her hands and stood up. Due to his outstanding performance last night, the press conference was held at the Umbrella Bio building. This is a public relations document. Just read it according to it. Victoria handed a small card to Sumo and solemnly told her, you must read it according to it. Sumo took it indifferently and put it in his pocket. Tony looked reluctant and he also received a small card. Everyone took the elevator and came to the first floor. A large number of reporters sat in the center of the hall, holding microphones in their hands and looking left and right. The moment Sumo appeared, the whole place was in a state of excitement. Dozens of reporters swarmed in, and cameras and microphones almost hit Sumo's face. Fortunately, here is the Umbrella Company. A group of security personnel quickly formed a human wall to keep out the frantic reporters. Sumo walked onto the podium calmly, followed by Tony and Afu Pepirelived, gave up her position, stood aside, and let out a long sigh of relief. It's really tiring to receive this group of reporters. Sumo stood on the podium, reached out and knocked on the microphone and said, "Quiet." The breath from the beast is slightly released. The excited reporters below fell silent instantly, as if being stared at by a terrifying and violent beast. The sense of danger of death at any time arose in the hearts of every reporter and photographer at the scene. The majestic, terrifying, and depressing atmosphere was like a death rope, wrapped around their necks. At this moment, no reporter dared to speak. Pepper on the side looked at Sumo in shock. Just now, this group of reporters were like a pack of jackals smelling prey, constantly asking all kinds of sharp and tricky questions, eager to bite off a piece of meat from her body. These crazy jackals, as if they have encountered a natural enemy, are turning their tails between their legs. Sumo took out a small card and started reading according to the script. According to the speech. Last night's global live broadcast was the work of a famous Hollywood horror film director. The tone of her voice rose. Sumo raised her eyebrows, and suddenly her mouth felt a little hot. Damn it, who came up with such a lame excuse? Sumo can't even say it. Shameful, with a flick of his finger. He flicked the small card directly to the reporters in the audience, and said calmly, "Last night I killed Obadiah." Wow. The whole place was in an uproar. The reporters in the audience could no longer restrain themselves. They stood up excitedly and asked loudly with red faces, "Mr. Hamilton, please elaborate. If you admit the fact of murder, will you turn yourself in? Do demons really exist? Are they really from hell?" The reporters were as crazy as they were and kept flashing their dazzling lights to record this historic scene. The little Pepper on the side immediately covered his face. Sure enough, people flocked together and birds of a feather flocked together. And me and Tony are both the same kind of people. I'm afraid the world won't be in chaos. Victoria Hand, who was standing outside, had her pupils shrink suddenly, and her head was blurry for a moment. "I asked you to read from the speech script. Why did you throw it away?" He also said that he killed Obadiah. Is this something that can be said? Shet. Why is he so crazy? Victoria's whole body was in bad shape. The public relations plan that countless people worked so hard to create was scrapped in an instant. George next to him, his tense face relaxed slightly, and he suddenly felt a deep fatigue. Well, he was finally free and no longer had to lie. George, who had not slept all day and night, destroy whoever you love. Quiet. Sumo knocked on the microphone again, waiting for the angry reporters to calm down and sit back in their chairs. Then he opened his mouth and said, "I only answer one question." Daily Bugle. A male reporter from the Daily Bugle stood up excitedly and asked, "You admitted the fact of the murder. Will you surrender to the police station and accept legal trial?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the reporters looked at Sumo excitedly, and the dazzling flashes never stopped. Suzan's eyes were deep, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I admit to killing Obadiah, but I killed a demon from hell, not a human being. I've read the United States Constitution. It doesn't stipulate that humans can't kill demons, right?" Sumo chuckled and said slowly, "If he dares to speak, he naturally has the confidence to speak out. If you want to use the law to try him, you need to collect evidence. Obadiah's body has been burned into balls by him. Who can prove whether Obadiah is a human or a demon?" Snapped. He stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Obadiah's dead body was played on the electronic display screen on one side, and he stood up again in the endless burning of hellfire. The head grew back and the body expanded to an astonishing 15 meters. So the United States laws protect this guy. Protect a demon? Sumo had a calm look on her face, but her tone was unquestionable. "Oh my God, God." The reporters exclaimed in unison. Their eyes widened, and they couldn't help but slap their foreheads. Yes. The law is used to protect people. Protect people's rights and interests. Demons are not protected by the law. So Sumo is not breaking the law by killing demons. The male reporter from the Daily Bugle bravely continued to ask. The law pays attention to evidence, how do you prove? The questions are over, let's move on to the next topic. Sumo directly ignored the reporter's inquiry and continued to write his speech. According to our investigation, Obadiah resold the company's arms, committed multiple war crimes, caused war in the Middle East, and traded with terrorists. This is part of the evidence, with Obadiah's authorization and signature, as well as related pictures, on the display screen. The evidence that Pepper risked her life to collect began to play. Arms transaction records, transfer records, photos of Obadiah and some terrorists. The reporter's attention was instantly attracted, and they hurriedly read the text. The photographer also turned the camera and took pictures. Everyone has heard a rumor that Stark is a merchant of death and a mass murderer, causing the death of innocent people. Now, everyone can see that it was Obadiah Stane who caused all this. Everyone knows Tony, he's smart, he's a genius. Sumo stretched out her hand and motioned for Tony on the side to come forward. Tony looked serious, nodded, and looked at the reporters and flashlights in the audience. But he is also the most famous playboy, and he likes blondes the most. I believe everyone who has heard of Tony knows his preferences. Sumo smiled and said politely, ha ha ha. The reporters in the audience couldn't help laughing. The famous playboy is not just a name he deserves. The newspaper that published the latest woman Tony slept with sold out of stock. On his own, he supported most of the newspaper offices in New York and countless paparazzi. Tony was a little stunned, approached Sumo's ear, and said through gritted teeth, do you have to say this? Although I am very grateful to Sumo for helping him clear his name, is it appropriate to mention his dissolute history on such a serious occasion? Tony, who never had stage fright, felt a trace of embarrassment and shame. Okay. My Tony is a little shy, let him tell everyone in person next. Sumo smiled and clapped, giving up her position to Tony. Tony had a rare serious look on his face and said in a deep voice, I admit that I neglected the management of the company and gave Obadiah the opportunity to do some unforgivable things. A sincere apology. Tony looked upward, his eyes twinkling. I am Iron Man. Letter 3005, I am Iron Man. The whole place was boiling. The reporters in the audience stood up excitedly again, raised their microphones and asked loudly. Compared to Sumoho has the threat of a tiger Tony. The playboy is more popular among reporters. This is a big hotspot. Billionaire Tony Stark puts on a steel battlesuit and becomes a superhero. The Stark Group announced that it would stop weapons production and rebuild the epic-making war machine. No matter which title it is, it can bring a lot of interest and popularity. Doubling their bonus this month. Tony was still standing on the podium, enjoying the reporters' attention and flashing lights. Okay, your session is over, it's my turn to finish. Sumo directly reached out and pushed away the pretentious Tony, and stood in the center of the podium. Tony, are you polite? Can't you let me enjoy it for a little longer? I feel so embarrassed when you push me away so directly. With a depressed look on his face, Tony walked back to Pepper and asked, you think? Can I put on a steel battle suit and have a fair duel with Sushi? Pepper helplessly covered her forehead. Are you a 3-year-old? Wear a steel battle suit and fight, you can't imagine it. Tony lowered his eyebrows and carefully compared the steel battle suit and the white giant tiger that Sumo transformed into. The strength gap between the two sides snapped. Sumo snapped her fingers again and looked at the electronic screen. 3 Quinjet fighter jets appeared in front of everyone. Last night, these 3 fighter jets suddenly rushed into the battlefield, dropping the main AGM-12B air-to-surface missile. The fighter plane crashed, causing 37 deaths. 260 people were injured, and a lot of property damage. Sumo looked serious and spoke righteously. He will not easily let go of Shil. D, who is disrupting the situation, disrupting his plan and trying to steal someone else's head. Sumo must let Shil D know who can and cannot be provoked, simply. The Umbrella Company's satellite has been over New York and just happened to capture the scene. The display screen began to play a video, showing 3 smoking fighter planes crashing in shopping malls, parks, residential areas, and other places. The house collapsed instantly, black smoke billowed out, and flames ignited. The crowd fled in terror, and the scene was in chaos. Broken human limbs could be vaguely seen, as well as blood on the fighter planes shed. The female reporters in the audience couldn't help but cover their mouths. The video has no sound, but they can all feel the panic and fear. A total of 37 people died. There was no official announcement. No one even mentioned it, obviously. The other party had great energy and suppressed the accident. "Who are they?" a female reporter couldn't help but ask. Victoria's expression changed instantly. She never thought that the video of the SHIEL D fighter plane crashing would be shown by Sumo. Played at the press conference. This is a live broadcast. Due to the popularity and sensitivity of Sumo, many countries in the world have broadcast it. Buzz. The phone started to vibrate. It should be a call from the director. Victoria looked solemn and glanced at Sumo with a meaningful look. Turn around without hesitation and quickly leave the reception site. If she stayed a few more seconds, she would probably be surrounded by this group of reporters. George on the side looked gloomy and glanced at Victoria, who was leaving without stopping. He was angry about the crash of the fighter plane that caused the death of innocent citizens. But he knew that Victoria did not do it. This is what the secret department did. These 3 Quinjets belong to an international intelligence organization, the King's Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Overlord. They belong directly to the International Security Council. In the United States, they have no law enforcement powers. But last night, a fighter plane from the Homeland Strategy and B-120BB Bureau appeared over New York and launched 3 missiles, causing a large number of casualties and serious property damage. Sumo unceremoniously took off SHIELD's panties. What he said was righteous, and he spoke freely. The reporters in the audience were filled with indignation and had already conceived countless articles in their minds to condemn the Pentagon and the White House. Let a global intelligence organization without law enforcement powers wreak havoc in New York. This is simply a disgrace. The press conference ended and Sushi left the scene. Fu and Pepper were left to deal with the follow-up, and he took Tony and George back to the top-floor office. "You exposed the territorial strategy and the Baba Bureau. Aren't you afraid of their retaliation?" George asked in a low voice with a hint of worry in his eyes. Although it was great to expose SHIELD, it also completely offended this international intelligence organization. "Haha, revenge. If they dare, I don't mind killing them all." Sumo raised his eyebrows with a contemptuous tone. "He hasn't revealed that there is Hydra in SHIELD. Where is this? Everything was exposed, not only SHIELD became anxious, but Hydra also became anxious. At that time there will be another global live broadcast. And it will be another feast of harvesting emotional points. With an incarnation of an old god. He is not even afraid of the king of hell, but is afraid of a group of agents hiding in shadow corners." Sumo took out 2 BDBJ wine glasses, poured bourbon, looked at Georgie and asked, "Can I drink?" "Yes, I will ask my colleague to drive me back later." George took the wine glass, took a sip, and couldn't help but whisper, "I wonder how Helen and Gwen are doing." "They are very good, I will send them home myself." Sumo replied seriously, holding up the wine glass to hide the slightest hint of guilt. Last night he and Gwen slept together all night long. And George was busy all day and night and didn't go home. "It's a bit exciting, damn it," George said bitterly, and drank the bourbon in the glass in one gulp, which made Sue's calves tremble in fright. "Obviously you are the initiate, or we should I wipe your asterisk. And those damn high-ups, are they all stupid pigs? Using such an outrageous reason for public relations. At least half of New York City residents saw the Red Devil with their own eyes last night. And they actually want to use a horror movie. Both physically and mentally disturbed." I couldn't help but complain, thinking that Sumo could still send Helen and Gwen home after making such a big fuss. But he was so busy that he didn't even have time to make a phone call. Anger rises uncontrollably. Sumo, A little scary for a moment. He thought that George knew about sneaking into Gwen's boudoir and sleeping together. Sumo took a sip of bourbon to calm down. He began to think about how to announce his relationship with Gwen. But Jai would not shoot him in the head. We can't keep hiding it like this, next to him. Tony quietly touched the bourbon bottle with his hand. Preparing to have a drink for himself, ahem. Tony was startled, looked up, and saw Sue's serious and cold gaze. Haha, I'll just have a drink. Tony shrank his hands and said awkwardly. Drink before surgery, what did Dr. Helen Zhao and Dr. Strange tell you? Tony, don't you want this big hole in your chest healed? Sumo reached out and grabbed the wine bottle and said seriously. Tony hates it so much that he feels the pain of not being able to drink. Who understands? Especially when the two of them are happily drinking bourbon in front of them. Who can bear it? He immediately retorted. You are not over 21 years old and you cannot drink. Good brothers have to suffer together. I can't drink and neither can you. Tony looked at the New York Police Department commissioner. Stacy. George raised his eyelids and said. I've been drinking. I'm not on duty now and I can't control it. Sumo helped send Helen Gwen home safely. He still remembered this favor. The Sioux Police Department will not be punished for such a trivial matter. Gan, you are derelict in your duties. I want to file a complaint against you. Tony suddenly became unhappy and started to protest. How could this be? How could you two work together to bully me? While you're treating him, look here. George finished another glass of bourbon, pointed at his head and reminded. I always feel that this playboy is somewhat seriously ill. Well, I will let Dr. Zhao Heilun examine his brain. Sumo nodded in agreement. Tony went crazy on the spot. Drank the chlorophyll juice, and turned his grief and anger into motivation. A world where only Tony is injured afterwards. Injai got up and went back to deal with the follow-up. Tony was led away by Pepper. Sumo got free time and checked how many emotional points were harvested during this press conference. Emotional points 72 1 WR equals plus. No, I am the protagonist today. In front of reporters and cameras. I admitted to killing Obadiah and exposed SHILD. It shouldn't be only 200,000, Sumo frowned. He estimated that this live broadcast would harvest at least 500,000 emotion points. Is it because the harvest was too harsh last night and the sheep were penetrated by me? It is possible that if the same group of people's emotional points are harvested continuously, their income will drop significantly. The sheep must be given some rest time to grow their wool. Sumo picked up the glass and drank it all in one gulp, quickly figuring out the problem. Evening. Sumo and Afu were sitting in the Lamborghini sports car, preparing to return to Hamilton Manor. As soon as the sports car left the umbrella company, it was blocked by a Chevrolet. Who is this? Sumo squinted and looked at the driver's seat of the Chevrolet opposite. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen clearly. Master, that little bit of white seems to be an eye. Afu pointed to an inconspicuous white spot on the driver's seat and reminded. Have it? Sumo looked at it carefully. Although she didn't want to admit it. He really rolled his eyes. He is dressed in black. His face is black, his skin is black, everything is black. There is only one eyeball surrounded by white. Which is white, darling. People with bad eyesight probably think they have seen a ghost. After all, the Chevrolet didn't have a privacy film on it. At first glance it was so dark that no one could be seen at all. A black figure stepped out of the Chevrolet. The black braised egg reflects the snow-white light. Wearing a black leather windbreaker and a black eye patch. The main theme is all black. Boom. The current shield director Nick Fury knocked on the hood of the Lamborghini sports car and looked at Sue in the driver's seat with one eye. Hey, trouble has come to our door. Let's go down and take a look. Sumo raised her eyebrows. Opened the car door and got out of the car. Sumo Hamilton, you're in big trouble. Nick Fury had a gloomy face, full of suppressed anger. In this morning's live broadcast, Sumo exposed the existence of SHILD in front of media reporters and live broadcasts, which directly caused a big mistake. He had already covered up the accident of the fighter plane crashing. But Sue Lee revealed it again. Nick Fury. Don't you need to deal with the crisis of the Secret Service being exposed? You can still appear in front of me, you are really free. Sumo chuckled and said politely. He expected that the black braised eggs would come to his door. But he didn't expect it to be so soon. It was just exposed in the morning. And the door was blocked in the evening. This black braised egg is not only very thoughtful, but also very petty. Nick Fury's face turned darker. Which pot is not opened and lifted? The International Security Council was very dissatisfied with him and directly removed him from the position of director. Fortunately, Pierce tried his best to deal with it and changed the dismissal to suspension for review and waited for the storm to pass. Your speech at the press conference directly slapped the White House, the Pentagon's New York Police Department, and countless secret services in the face, exposing the existence of the devil. What good will it do to you? Nick Fury asked loudly, staring at Sumo with his hawk-like one eye. As a senior conspiracy theorist, he felt that there must be something fishy in it. Maybe it's to convey some kind of signal. Maybe it's to complete some kind of ritual or task, in short. Sumo would not do such a thing that would harm others and not benefit oneself. This is a free city, and people have the right to know the truth. Don't they? Sumo said lazily, with a contemptuous smile on her lips. Fury, you're avoiding the important and taking the easy way out. I am telling the truth. Do I need you to take care of what I do? A cold look appeared in Sumo's eyebrows, and she lost interest in talking. Nick Fury is getting a little aggressive. He is not a prisoner. What qualifications does this black braised egg have to question him? He didn't slap the black braised egg to death. It's not because he has a good temper. But I'm worried that Pierce will take the position of S.H.I.E.L.D. director again. This will cause even greater trouble. Fury secretly gritted his teeth, suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, Human beings are not alone in the universe. We face countless dangers just like the devil last night. I'd like to invite you to join the Avengers. My team of superheroes. He took out a stack of documents from the inside of his windbreaker and handed it to Su Zai. Avengers, your superhero team, why should I join? Sumo raised her eyebrows and asked. This was something he didn't expect. Black Braised Egg actually invited him to join the Avengers. A bit of a surprise, but not much. And Sand Dollar just joined the Avengers. You will know it after reading the contents. Fury put the document on the hood of the sports car, turned around and left. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he would not be able to control his inner anger and do something stupid. This Sumo is even more annoying than Tony Stark. I get angry when I see it. Fury started the Chevrolet, turned the car around and drove off. Afu, throw away the garbage and get in the car. Yes, master. Afu threw the documents into a nearby trash can and got into the passenger seat. Master, don't you need to take a look? Afu couldn't help but ask. Sumo slowly started the sports car and sped through the streets of New York at night. Look at the yarns. It's nothing more than my personality analysis report, strength evaluation form, and the meaning of Avengers' existence. Sumo said with some disgust, what are Avengers? Someone else knocked on the door. We were beaten. We swallowed our anger and then they beat us back. This kind of organization sounds like a coward with no future. Just pass. The most important thing is the old yin coin of black braised eggs. Mystery exists. A good hand of cards, but he was beaten to pieces. SHIE. LD is gone. Avengers are in civil war and disbanded. And finally Thanos snaps his fingers, destroying all living creatures in the universe. What did Nick Fury do? Before dying, press the pager to call Captain Marvel back. What the hell were they doing? Sumo shook his head secretly. He will recruit people, but he will never join any Avengers. After listening to Sumo's explanation, Afu nodded in agreement. Avenger as the name suggests. There is no future thing to be beaten in the next few days. Sumo started a normal life of going to work, tutoring for the Gwen exam and going home to sleep. As for the press conference, the official department is stubborn and stubborn. It is the masterpiece of the Hollywood director and refuses to admit the existence of the devil. There was an overwhelming public outcry online, and a large number of citizens marched to demand the truth be made public. The White House and the Pentagon were silent, treated it coldly and simply ignored it. At the same time, he warned Sumo not to be a monster again. "Oh Tilda, I can't gather the wool. So I'm going to mind this business." Sumo leisurely looked at the chaos in the world and picked up the wine glass without any intention of maintaining peace. He tapped the armrest with his fingers, feeling as if he had forgotten something. "Alice, what unfinished business do I have, Master Doctor?" "Zhao Heilun reminds you to go to the laboratory to conduct research on the T-virus. There is also the Artificial Intelligence Integrate project, which has not yet started. Sabertooth is imprisoned in an underground cell and has never been dealt with. Please give me flowers." Alice sorts the unfinished items in order of importance. "Right now, Doctor." Zhao Heilun is in the laboratory on the 6th floor underground. "Do you want to go?" "Not going," Sumo decisively refused. He had already read all the research materials on the T-virus and did not need to read it again. When Helen Zhao was ready and carried out specific experiments, it was time for him to enter the stage. As for Sabertooth, it can be manipulated. Sumo tapped her fingers on the table and gradually had an idea in her heart. He got up and walked up the stairs to the underground cell, asking Alice to open the cell door. Sabertooth, who was wearing a dirty hospital gown and smelling bad, slowly opened his eyes without airwater or food. "It's a miracle you're still alive. I think you can participate in the Disney World Records." Sumo stood in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. This mutant plus the devil's survival ability is a bit strong. "What do you want to do, experimenting any new weapons?" Sabertooth looked pale and asked in a low voice. After not eating for a long time, his vital signs dropped significantly. He may not die, but the feelings of hunger thirstification will still exist. He is not crazy, he is already strong-willed. "I'm here to send you to hell." A strange and inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of Sumo's mouth. Thick darkness instantly enveloped the two of them. The next moment, they appeared in the wilderness thousands of kilometers away from New York. It was surrounded by low shrubs and deserted. "What kind of power is this?" Sabertooth's pupils shrank suddenly and he looked around in shock, completely unable to resist. The power of hell in his body was completely crushed, and he could not even complete his transformation. How long has it been since then? Has Sumo's strength grown to such a terrifying level? "You do not need to know, eat this thing." With cold eyebrows, Sumo threw the demon seed made from Obadiah's corpse to Sabertooth. What is this? Why do I really want to?" Sabertooth looked at the black and red demon seed, and a crazy devouring instinct emerged. He didn't care about anything else. Just opened his mouth and took a bite. Demon seed entrance. The majestic hell magic and the blood of high-ranking demons poured into his body, like molten red iron burning his flesh and bones. Sabertooth howled miserably and knelt on the ground, suffering the pain of bloodline promotion. The body gradually expanded, the muscles protruded. Bone spurs drilled out of the flesh, and the fire of hell burned in a moment. A giant black and red tiger 8 meters tall, with a ferocious and twisted face and a body covered with sharp bone spurs, appeared in front of Sumo Inch. Well, the soul still remains sane. Promoting to a high-ranking devil is barely enough. Sumo raised her head, looked at Sabertooth's ferocious face, and nodded slightly. Roar. Sabertooth's red beast eyes flashed with shocking murderous intent. The moment he regained his senses, he went straight down to Su Li. A huge body fell from the sky, its claws roaring. "Oh, you are so unrepentant," Sumo chuckled. And a strange robe made of black fabric was suddenly draped on him. The terrifying dark power surged and turned into chains, instantly wrapping around Sabertooth. Ouch. Sabertooth let out a roar of pain and terror, and the joy of being promoted to a high-ranking demon was instantly dashed away. The 8-meter-tall demon body was bound by countless chains of darkness, unable to move at all. The terrifying pressure from the incarnation of the old god completely crushed his arrogance and cruelty. "No, don't kill me," Sabertooth was trembling all over, uncontrollable fear occupying his body and mind. "I will definitely not kill you, I will send you to hell." Sumo lowered her eyes and said to herself. The sticky darkness spread under the feet, turning into complex and unknown lines. Invading this wilderness. The sky gradually darkened, as if day turned into night. A blasphemous magic circle covering several kilometers was formed in an instant. The blasphemous ritual used to communicate the unknowable existence was changed to look like this bird. It's really overkill. Sumo shook his head secretly and hid the magic circle underground to cover up his aura. The unclean knowledge mastered by the Dark Man and various blasphemous rituals gave him terrifying magical knowledge. It is easy for him to build a blasphemous magic circle that communicates with the origin of hell. Your mouth must also be sealed to prevent you from saying things you shouldn't say. Sumo raised her eyes and stretched out her hand to lightly stroke. A slender chain emerged, penetrated directly through Sabertooth's jaw, and wrapped around its, Sabertooth howled violently, trembling all over, and wanted to struggle but didn't dare. The aura emitted by the dark chains directly suppressed all his thoughts of resistance, and he could only bear it passively. Let's start. Sumo put away the power of the incarnation of the old god, and a violent hellish magic power grew from within her body. In his palm there was a broken spirit, bound by countless black runes. Mephisto, you will regret using Obadiah's body against me. Leave me enough materials. An excited smile appeared on the corner of Sumo's mouth, driving Mephisto's broken spirit into Sabertooth's forehead. He used his pitiful power of hell to communicate the rules of hell and shroud Sabertooth. Boom! In an instant, the color of heaven and earth changed. The sky suddenly dimmed, and a pale red light and shadow emerged. The earth began to crack and the burning breath hit his face. A pillar of hellfire fell from the sky and landed on Sabertooth, trying to take him back to hell. Wow! The dark chains vibrated directly, deflecting hellfire, locking the space around Sabertooth. What kind of monster are you doing? The good-tempered ancient one at the moment walked out of the portal angrily and asked. After finally resting for 2 days, she was dealing with the problem of the mirror world, but was interrupted by Sumo again. Shet, are you opening a passage to hell? Looking up, Ancient One's pupils shrank suddenly and he said in shock. If it weren't for the holy place barrier guard, the dimensional passage to hell would have been opened at the moment. Magician, you have to believe me. I'm sending Sabertooth to hell, Sumo said with a sincere face. He just triggered Sabertooth's hell contract, coupled with Mephisto's broken spirit, directly made the origin of hell manifest, and took back the property belonging to hell. The principle is very complicated, and the process is very complicated. In short, Sumo brought out the origin of hell and wanted to swallow it. Do you think I will believe your lies? Ancient One looked at Sumo expressionlessly. A projection of hell in the sky-scorched earth on the ground, and a strong smell of sulfur. Even if she says this is hell, she believes it, haha. The little scene will be over in a moment. Very quickly. Sumo sneered and waved her hands repeatedly. Boom, boom. The earth trembled, the mountains shook. Countless cracks appeared in the earth, and magma spewed out. The majestic rules of hell descended, turned into countless red chains, and wrapped around hell's Sabertooth. The ground beneath his feet showed faint signs of cracking, trying to open the door to hell. The huge blasphemous magic circle in the underground slowly rotates, smoothing out all space fluctuations. This is. Ancient One's complexion suddenly changed, and the space around him changed. Not only is there the original rule of hell, but there is also another terrifying dark magic. It started, magician, look at it. Sumo rubbed her hands excitedly. He stretched his hands slightly and lowered his waist. 2 thick and long dark chains broke out of the ground and wrapped around Sumo's palm. A scorching power of hell suddenly poured into his body, like a gushing volcano, fierce and domineering, washing over Sumo's body unstoppably. The devil's aura surged, and the muscles all over his body bulged, stealing the power of Mephisto's hell. Plus 0.01%, plus 0.01%, the system prompt sounds. Sumo's eyes lit up. This method is indeed feasible. Nyarlathotep awesome. The knowledge contained in an incarnation can help him plunder the power of hell. There's something powerful about me. You are devouring the origin of hell. Ancient One's eyes widened and he finally understood Sumo's actions. My head was buzzing and it exploded in an instant. She looked at Sabertooth, who was tangled in black and red chains, and vague patterns of magic circles appeared on the ground. Looking at the black chain in Sumo's hand, the red veins are squirming, transmitting the purest origin of hell. How did he do it? As a sorcerer supreme, she has hundreds of years of magic knowledge, but she is unable to analyze the scene in front of her. Too, because of his official position. Unheard of, unseen. Are you just plundering the origin of hell so nakedly? No one cares. Hell, the king of hell, Mephisto, is surrounded by 5 or 6 beautiful succubi. Suddenly, I notice something abnormal in the origin of hell. Someone is stealing his authority. Who is it? Which evil prince wants to usurp the throne? Mephisto was furious, and with the terrifying demonic pressure, he instantly crushed the succubus, serving him into a ball of ashes. Demons have a strict hierarchy and are covered by experience. But for countless years, the resources of hell have been divided up. The strong are always strong and the weak are always weak. If a demon wants to become stronger, he must first collect enough souls to increase his strength. The second is to devour demons that are stronger than him and complete the bloodline promotion. As the king of hell, Mephisto also has several powerful and ambitious demon princes below him, who covet his throne, steal the origin of hell, deprive him of his authority and push him off the throne. Is Mephisto's first thought be, hiss. The origin of hell in 4.3 flows to Blue Star. The hell contract was triggered, causing the origin of hell rule to come. This is the work of the contracted devil. What is the source of hell mixed with? Mephisto figured out the ins and outs and was even more confused. An unknown premonition arose, and he suddenly felt that the power of hell that he had perfectly controlled was missing a little bit of medicine. Mephisto roared angrily, and the roaring sound was like a reel tearing through the red sky. Blue Star, there is only one sorcerer supreme. Who is afraid of him? Only the Ancient One has the strength to steal his authority. The scorched earth shook, and countless demons lowered their bodies in fear. They didn't know why the king of hell was angry. Mephisto showed no hesitation and followed the direction where the original rules of hell came, tearing apart the space and projecting his power to the Blue Star. Well, it's just a projection of power to prevent your home from being stolen and falling into the Ancient One's scheme. Sumo holds 2 dark chains, swallowing the vigorous and pure origin of hell. The authority is increasing bit by bit, and the strength is growing rapidly. He couldn't help but smile with joy. It's fun to have S*X for free. It's always fun to have S*X for free. Mephisto is coming. I don't care what you want to do, stop it immediately. I can still cover it for you. Ancient One's expression suddenly changed and he reminded. Holy place barrier warning. Mephisto invasion from another dimension. Camertage and the magicians of the 3 holy places are all mobilized to protect the holy place. Sumo looked up. Oh really? Boom. The colors of the heaven and earth changed, and the wind and clouds surged. A huge red figure appeared in Tiantian. The firstborn has ferocious horns, a ferocious face, and a pair of red eyes that want to choose and devour anyone. The golden holy place protective barrier appeared, blocking the projection of the power of the Hell King from outside. Ancient One, you thief. You actually stole my authority. At first glance, Mephisto saw the Ancient One magician wearing a yellow robe, and he immediately became angry. Sure enough, it was this damn woman who did it. Ancient One was speechless. Yes. I am also innocent. I was forced and I didn't do anything. He did it all. Why are you scolding me? 13. I am the Sorcerer Supreme. I can only borrow money. The most I can do is buy and sell by force. Absolutely no theft. The Ancient One, who had never been misunderstood in this way, felt a sense of humiliation in his heart. Damn. They've lived for hundreds of years and haven't even learned how to steal power from other dimensions. Even more humiliating, Sumo, keep silent. Be a transparent person, and continue to steal the origin of hell. If you can speak, speak more. The longer it takes, the more origins he will steal. Weak humans, you fake, dark magician. Dare you steal the origin of hell? I will definitely take away your soul with my own hands and throw you into the fire of hell to burn you forever. The next moment, Mephisto saw clearly Sumo, who had been stealing the origin of hell, and immediately became angry. The majestic hell magic collided with the holy place barrier. Making a thunderous sound, what did he see? A human being exudes the aura of hell, uses a dark magic circle to bind Sabretooth, and constantly plunders the origin of hell. A fragment of his spirit was trapped in Sabretooth's head, triggering the hell contract and triggering the arrival of the original rule. What the hell, what is this operation? Mephisto, who has lived for countless years, was temporarily confused. In the end, it was he who triggered the original rule of hell to come. He glanced at the Ancient One, who was silent and had his hands behind his back. He took another look at Lihe, who was silent and had been stealing the origin of hell. He finally understood. It's you. You erased my duplication, stealing the power of hell. Now you're stealing my authority, you shameless thief. Mephisto couldn't bear it any longer. He was plotted by the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, and he admitted it. After all, I can't beat him. But being plotted by a weak human being, what a disgrace. Sumo, it turns out. He didn't know that I swallowed his duplication tilde. If you are not careful, you will bring it upon yourself. Sumo has a toothache. In line with the principle of attacking first to gain strength, attacking later will suffer disaster. Without saying a word, he directly prepared a gift for Mephisto. Unexpectedly, he blew himself up. Mephisto's ontology and duplication. Memory is not shared in real time, but is remembered every 3 to 5 years. Ancient One explained quietly. Because Sumo swallowed it too fast, there was no chance for duplication to share the memory. So Mephisto had no idea that Sumo had swallowed his duplication. Sumo smiled a little awkwardly. A misunderstanding has occurred, what should I do? I've done everything and I can't stop, you told me earlier. Who told you to run so fast? You have no manners at all. I misunderstood you. Sumo turned the gun directly and passed the blame to Ancient One. Ancient One, are you polite? It's you who swallowed Mephisto duplication. You are the one who steals the power of hell. You are the one who steals the power of hell, now. You are the one who triggered the original rule of hell and summoned Mephisto. What does it have to do with me? Ancient One wants to kick Sumo in the butt and send him straight to hell. How do you like it? Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the sky. The hazy and twisted shadow of hell appeared in the sky, and countless red chains fell down, hitting Sabretooth. While the chains clattered, Mephisto takes action. He wants to deal with Sabretooth first and destroy his mental fragments so that Sumo can no longer plunder the origin of hell. Haha, how can it be so easy? Sumo chuckled, raised her foot and stomped lightly. The scorched earth cracked open, revealing a blasphemous magic circle covering several kilometers in radius. And darkness surged. Countless black chains swarmed around and directly entangled the hell chains falling from the sky, and even devoured the energy in them. Fake Dormammu, no. That's not right. Thighs is not Dormammu's aura. He is not that capable. Mephisto was startled and looked at the blasphemy circle in surprise. Never before seen magic lines and symbols. Strange dark power. Can crush the chains shaped by the origin of hell. It's not on the same level as Dormammu. What power is this? Mephisto was lost in thought for a while, searching for relevant information in countless memories. The corners of Ancient One's mouth twitched. She suddenly regretted not kicking Sumo out of Blue Star earlier and exiled her to other dimensions. This blasphemous magic circle spreads for several miles. Darkness, madness, and unclean aura spread. Darker than Dormammu, even more terrifying. You changed your religion. Ancient One couldn't help but ask. This obviously cannot be the power of Sumo, but an existence similar to the old god Nyarlathotep. Sumo was stunned, looked at the solemn Ancient One, and explained, no. This is also the power of Nyarlathotep. Pure 100% authentic. Are you 533 ignoring me? Mephisto suddenly woke up, aware of the constant loss of authority, and the indifferent attitude of Sumo Ancient One. Suddenly furious, he wants to take back the red chain and interrupt the flow of hell. But Countless surging dark chains imprisoned this space like a prison cell. Locked in the red chain that he wanted to recover. He kept devouring the power within it. Shet. Weak human magician, you have succeeded in irritating me. Mephisto was so angry that he trembled all over. Wishing that his real body would come. Break the damn holy place's protective barrier. And crush Sumo to death. Come here, Sumo provoked. 5 thick and long black chains stood up. 4 were folded and curled up. And 1 was straight toward the sky. Universal international gesture. Magic version middle finger Mephisto Ray. Incites magic power to attack the holy place's protective barrier. Boom boom with the collision of forces. The protective barrier of holy place remains strong. Magician, open a gap and let him in. I want a fair fight with him. Sumo was extremely arrogant and said loudly. As long as Mephisto dares to show up in person, he will directly reveal his trump card, Ancient One. What nonsense are you talking about? Listen. Is this human language? Open the holy place guardian enchantment, what to do? Let the demon army descend on Blue Star. Let Mephisto enter a deserted land and collect souls at will. Ancient One wished he could stop Sumo's open mouth, Zai Ti. If you have the ability, come out, Mephisto roared. And the holy place's guardian barrier rang. Just the projection of power. He can't break the protective barrier. But if the real body comes, he is worried that some demon princes under him will steal the house. Devils don't care about loyalty. They pride themselves on cunning and experience, moreover. The Ancient One did not take action. And coupled with this strange and powerful dark power, it always gave him the feeling of a conspiracy and trap. It was as if he was waiting for his true form to arrive. Break the protective barrier of holy place. Descend on Blue Star and then kill him with the sword. Mephisto's inner vigilance level was full. And he didn't dare to take a step beyond the limits. KO. Come in if you can, I stand here without moving. What can you do to me? A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of Sumo's mouth. And she said provocatively. Mephisto's forehead protruded and he roared, if you have the ability. Come out, I screamed in my heart, there is a fraud. There must be a fraud inside. As the king of hell who has lived for countless years, he instantly smelled a conspiracy. Sumo shouted, if you have the ability, come in. Mephisto yelled, if you can, come out. Sumo, what the hell, come in, Mephisto, shet, come out. Noisy Mephisto, you're cowardly, you weakling. Weak human being, after you die, I will slowly process your soul. Make you miserable and suffer eternal torture. Talk. You're stupid, my soul is right here. Come and get it if you have the skills, fake. If you have the ability. Come out and I will deprive you of your soul with my own hands. The 2 of them were fighting each other. One in the sky and the other on the ground. No one dares to take a step forward. 5. Who knows, she's going crazy, a hell king. Just across the holy place guarding barrier. And exchanged curses with a human, I dare not take action. Sumo even kicked him in the face. But Mephisto still responded with rhetoric, what the hell? Where is the majesty of your king of hell? Where is your power to rule a hell? Have you lived for countless years and ended up living as a dog? The dog dared not show up in person, but only dared to project his power and scolded Sumo. Ancient time is messy, is this still the arrogant, domineering, cunning king of hell Mephisto she knew? Pure big dog coin, cough cough cough. Sumo coughed twice, tired and thirsty sure enough. It is not unreasonable to become the king of hell. Mephisto really got scolded. Even if he can't scold him, he will scold him scolding. Sumo was left speechless, just a few words back and forth. Steal the power of Mephisto's hell, 2%. The system prompt sounds. Sumo frowned. Sabretooth's body and soul were on the verge of reaching their limit and could no longer hold on. After all, he took advantage of it and stole 2% of the power of hell. Which was already the limit, but not enough. Sumo is far from satisfied with this little authority. Hell is like a company and power is the shares. If he holds 2% of the shares, what is enough for him? It's really a headache. Sumo shook his head helplessly. This time he was the one who revealed his trump card first. Blue Star Holy Place protects outside the barrier. Mephisto tried his best to suppress his anger, secretly curb the flow of the origin of hell, and consolidate his authority. He saw the key to the desecrated magic circle. Sabertooth was the bait, and his spiritual fragment was the lead, now. Under the overturning collision of two terrifying forces, Sabertooth's soul was began to collapse, and would soon be annihilated. Although I have lost some authority, but he is still the king of hell. He has the absolute right to speak in hell. Give him some time. He has many ways to make Sumo spit out everything he swallowed. When I find out what kind of tricks you are doing, I will settle the accounts one by one. Mephisto gritted his teeth secretly and wrote down this account. He is always the only one who plots against others. It was obvious that someone was plotting against me today, and I could only watch helplessly as a human being stole his power. What a shame. Mephisto can discuss it carefully. There is no need to be so tense. Sumo softened her tone and said, "Return the power of hell, and I will give you a happy life." Mephisto glared in disgust. "Let's discuss it. You've already stolen my money. Are you still discussing it? Are you crazy? You can't control such a huge hell by yourself. It's better to divide and conquer. To be harmonious but different. Half for you and half for me. Because everything is easy at home. And one person's wisdom is limited, together with me. We can govern hell together and make it bigger and stronger. Let's welcome a better future together." Sumo spoke impassionedly. Her spirits were high, and her eyes were shining. The ancient one next to him had his mouth twitching. Good guy, is this a top businessman? As expected of the chairman and president of a tens of billions company. What he said is so beautiful. Coming up is half of hell. Euphemistically called, divide and conquer. Harmonious but different. Mephisto's head was covered and he couldn't believe his ears. What half for you, half for me? Why should I give you half of hell? I am the king of hell. The one with 100% control, also joint governance. Make it bigger and stronger, no matter how deep the city was. Mephisto collapsed at this moment and roared. You shameless thief, damn human. I will definitely bring all your friends and relatives. The majestic hell magic collided with the holy place's protective barrier. Making a violent sound, Sumo's eyes were slightly cold. And a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Yeah. Look behind you first, then talk nonsense. The majestic king of hell with this little ability. Can he still say harsh words? Blue Star holy place protects outside the barrier. Mephisto was startled and turned around subconsciously. A tall lean man stood behind him, wearing a weird robe made of black fabric. Only a smooth and round black face was exposed. With no facial features or any holes. Face, who are you? Here, Mephisto was surprised. At this moment he noticed the abnormality around him. This space is imprisoned. A pure black sky curtain rises from all directions. Eventually forming a perfect closure, he was plotted. I thought the trap was in Blue Star and he was safe outside. Did not expect. The person hiding inside actually came out. He also designed a new trap to trap him. Shit. It's all that humans' fault for disturbing my concentration. Mephisto gritted his teeth and cursed. The space is blocked, the black sky is so weird. And his power projection cannot return the same way. Who are you? I have never met you, and I have never offended you. Mephisto asked cautiously. Sumo, the man of darkness, raised his head slightly. His smooth and faceless face made people's hearts palpitate. Babysitter. The twisted and weird accent echoed in the vacuum. Mephisto understood and his face trembled. If you don't want to reveal your identity, you can let me go. I promise that I will never cause trouble to you. If you don't want to say it, you don't have to say it. Babysitter, is there a worse, more fake name than this? It's simply an insult to his intelligence. So much nonsense. Sumo's distorted noise echoed in the vacuum. Stretch out your dark finger and tap lightly. Buzz tilde. The surrounding dark sky instantly closed in, enclosing Sto Genu and Bao. It's just a projection, you still want to resist. Sumo chuckled, feeling the fierce struggle in the sky. If it were Mephisto's true form, Sumo would have to work harder and fight seriously, now. A projection of power. Its strength is less than 1/10 of the original. Isn't he holding it in his hand? Picking up the baggage wrapped in black canopy. Sumo threw it away. This is the old god you believe in. It was completely different from what she expected. One is a strange gray force, silent and silent. One is a terrifying dark force, evil and twisted. The Ancient One looked solemn and continued to analyze these two forces. Which are the common points between me and Jan? Part of it. He is part of the old god Nyarlathotep, it's mine now. Sumo said rigorously, originally. It was just pulling the skin of a tiger to pull the flag and telling random lies. The result? The more ridiculous it becomes, the more true it becomes. Maybe one day he can really catch this old god. Boom. A huge amount of black baggage fell from the sky and hit Sumo hard. The express is here. Sumo's eyes lit up and she said excitedly. While it's still hot, let's do the last shot. Ancient One, I suspect you were driving, but I have no proof. The viscous darkness surged. The blasphemous magic circle moved. And thick dark chains broke out of the ground, entangled into weird shapes. Mephisto struggled wildly, trying to escape from the black curtain. And the ominous premonition became stronger, fake. What kind of power is this? Why can't it be broken? Why? No. Thick and long chains penetrated his body and limbs. And the black sky turned into countless strange runes. Piercing into his body, the chains guarded him, lifting Mephisto into the sky. In a star reverse cross position. Ancient One's pupils shrank suddenly and he looked at this scene in shock. I personally experienced a crazy and blasphemous ritual in 340. And my head felt faintly itchy as if something had grown. What do you want to do? She couldn't help but asked with a trembling voice. Since he won't give it to me, I can only take it myself. Sumo's eyebrows were cold, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Mephisto couldn't help but howl. The sticky darkness swept through his body, absorbing his magic power, and followed the source of power to reach hell. Boom. The whole hell suddenly shook, as if it was hit by a giant object, and the earth shook. Immediately afterwards, a huge and towering demon body emerged, stabilizing the shaking hell. Damn it, who are you? Mephisto's true form has red eyes and a distorted face. Rage's emotions rose up and turned into boundless flames, dyeing the sky red. Boom. Hell trembled slightly, as if something was being pulled away. Mephisto's face looked extremely ugly. His power projection was imprisoned and used as a formation eye for some kind of plundering ritual. What a weird ritual, crazy, twisted, and full of power. 1/10 of my authority has been lost. Mephisto goes crazy and violently destroys everything around him. For countless years, no demon has ever been able to take away his authority. The rebellious demon princes all ended up being his meal. Now, a human actually appears and uses strange and inexplicable means to deprive 1/10 of the power of hell. How ridiculous! Who is that faceless man? Why focus on hell? Dormammu's dark dimension is obviously more suitable for his history. Is Dormammu also involved? An Ancient One, why are you helping him? Partnership? New backer or some kind of deal? The more Mephisto thought about it, the more frightened he became, feeling that his throne as the king of hell was in danger. Whether it is to deprive himself of power and become the new king of hell, or to devour the entire hell and increase his strength. There is no doubt that someone is eyeing his hell. Blue star. The blasphemous magic circle slowly dissipated. Sabretooth's body and soul were reduced to ashes, dissipated between heaven and earth, and ultimately did not return to hell. Mephisto's projection was directly sucked dry, leaving no ash behind. Sumo's body rose to more than 3 meters tall, with 2 ferocious curved horns emerging from his head. His pupils were like burning ashes, reflecting the shadow of hell. His strength skyrocketed, exuding terrifying demonic pressure. The Demon Duke. With this step, you directly transcended the 2 levels of Earl and Marquis, and reached the top of the hell-leveled Demon Duke. How much power have you stolen? Ancient One couldn't help but sigh. Hell is highly hierarchical and solidified. The lower, middle, and high demons are ordinary demons. Demon lords, counts, and marquises are demon nobles. The Demon Duke, the Archduke, is the top of the pyramids. Above the pyramids is Mephisto, the king of hell. Sumo regained consciousness, collected the surge of hell magic power in her body, and regained her human body, not much, 10%. Now I am the second largest shareholder in hell. Sumo couldn't help but laugh. Her last shot went into her soul, and she grabbed it head-on. Mephisto didn't react at all. BDCB. He robbed 8% of the power of helpless, the existing 2%. It was just enough to make up a round number 5. It's so sore that my tooth hurts. There is an old god behind Sumo to support him and steal Mephisto's family fortune. There is also a great eternal god behind her. Why is she still so miserable? Human beings are not all alike. Especially when he watched helplessly. Sumo stole the origin of hell, deprived himself of power, and his strength skyrocketed. The envy in Ancient One's heart. Be more honest these days and don't use your extraordinary power to interfere with the ordinary world. This world has enough. Next time do this. Not on Blue Star. Ancient One gathered his emotions and warned seriously. She was afraid that Sumo would make too much noise and kill Blue Star directly. As for completely solving Sumo's trouble, it's not within her scope. Nyarlathotep, this old god, made her extremely afraid. Sumo nodded in agreement. He is not an antisocial personality and has no tendency to destroy the world. It's just a matter of strike first to gain the upper hand. Magician, I remember. There are some things we didn't make clear between us. Sumo walked towards Ancient One slowly with a sincere smile. What's up? Ancient One frowned slightly and asked. There is very little intersection between them. What could possibly happen? Gene lock level 2 open. Disqualified from the world open. The man of darkness Takumi. Sumo suddenly disappeared from the spot. Ancient One's pupils shrank suddenly. He instantly noticed something abnormal behind him, and hurriedly activated his magic. A broad cold hand pressed on her back. The magic running inside my body disappeared. No. It's not that she disappeared. It's that she lost her perception and control of magic. Varied. Ancient One exclaimed and was directly pushed to the ground by Sumo. Magician, I once said that if I have the chance, I will beat you up and rub you on the ground. Sumo put his hands on Ancient One's waist and sat cross-legged on the ground. A strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He remembers it all in his little notebook. Today he will take revenge severely. Sumo, what do you want to do? Ancient One was confused and uncertain, and could not help but feel a sense of fear in his heart. Without the powerful strength of level Godfather, she is just a woman, come to block me. Stay at my house and won't leave, Sumo said fiercely. Snapped a clear and pleasant sound. It feels warm and moist, and you can feel the amazing elasticity through the fabric. Good boy. Sumo was shocked. How well maintained is it? Ah. Ancient One couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. And there was a burning pain in his back. Stop, let me go. She yelled angrily and began to struggle to get up. But how can human beings compare to Sumo based on their physical fitness? Don't let go. Sumo raised his eyebrows. How could he let go? A great opportunity for revenge, only this once. It's hard to control Ancient One so easily. Again snapped. The waves roll. Ancient One has been practicing physical arts for many years, and her body is thin and flexible. Through magic maintenance, her physical body has been maintained in the best condition of a woman. It can be said that the attitude is strong. The meaning is distant and true. The texture is delicate and the bones are even. To put it simply, it is suitable to be fat and thin, meaty and strong. You dare. The long-lost humiliation and pain ripped off the calmness on Ancient One's face. She gritted her teeth but still made a sound unconsciously. Her brain was a little confused, and she tried her best to perceive magic. But there seemed to be an invisible chasm that trapped the magical energy in her body. I definitely dare. Sumo raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand to rub it and decided to change sides. Damn it, how does Ancient One maintain it? This feel is a bit too much compared to Gwen. Are there any benefits to practicing magic? How dare you? Suyu, how dare you? I will definitely kill you. Ancient One's face suddenly turned red. Sumo's rubbing directly touched the tiger's butt, which aroused a strange physiological reaction. Haha, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Fooling me with saber tooth. Sumo's eyebrows raised, not afraid at all. With the incarnation of the old god in hand, The Ancient One in its heyday can fight a match and win all at his own discretion. Snapped, he changed sides and slapped him hard. Ancient One gritted his teeth and held back half of his words. But some sound still escaped. Still guiding me to find my enemy. Sumo elaborated on Ancient One's crime and raised his hand. Snapped, the waves roll. Ah, that's enough, Sumo. Ancient One's face turned crimson and he roared in a low voice. I'm reminding youth person behind Sabretooth is Obadiah. And they are all contracted to Mephisto. Snapped. Sumo raised his sword eyebrows and slapped him again mercilessly. Feel the delicate balance between plumpness and leanness. Like a whale falling and thousands of tides rising. In the future, it will be necessary to study the beautiful relationship between magic and human health. How dare you talk back, you're so blabbering. How do I know who is behind Sabretooth? You know everything but you've been keeping it to yourself. Right? The more Sumo talked, the more angry she became. And the angrier she becameth, more itchy her hands became. This sorcerer supreme means you can stand and talk without backache or backache. Snap, snapped, one on each side, the earth shook. Snort, ah. Ancient One tried his best to grit his teeth and couldn't help it. But he still couldn't help it. Sumo, stop. I've given you a hint, but you didn't realize it yourself. You didn't ask yourself, you still blame me. Ancient One was thinking frantically about countermeasures and looking back at past memories. Only to become increasingly angry as he thought about it. She left immediately after saying this. Sumo didn't ask her at all, aren't you quite smart? Why this time? Ancient One retorted subconsciously. Snapped, what he received was a merciless slap. He even took a handful of it. Ah, Sumo. You are crazy. Ancient One's smooth white braised eggs are all dyed a faint crimson color. Shame, unprecedented shame, can her head be touched? You still dare to refute. You still don't realize the seriousness of the problem. Sumo replied with a serious face. I rubbed my fingers quietly and felt great. He had been coveting the bald head of the Ancient One magician for a long time. Today he finally got his hands on it and touched it hard. Hey, Sumo's heart was filled with joy. But her face remained calm. You know that Thomas and Martha were killed, and it was Mephisto who did it. But you never said it. You know everything, but you keep everyone in the dark. Snapped. Sumo punished the Ancient One severely and gave him another severe blow. This time it was from the bottom. Snort. The Sorcerer Supreme cannot interfere with the secular order. The Ancient One's face turned crimson and he gritted his teeth and defended. She endured her embarrassment, looked complicated, and whispered, in all the timelines I observed. You should have died in an accident caused by Mephisto. This is fate, a destined fate. Snapped. The ground was shaken. K fate, I just survived. And you still stood by and did nothing. You even broke into my house and refused to leave. Sumo slapped her hard twice, venting all the anger that she had dared not express before. Ah, you let go. Ancient One lowered his forehead and roared. She was going crazy with pain and her back fluctuated. And an unprecedented sense of shame enveloped her. What on earth does Sumo want to do? Haha, I wrote down all your crimes in a notebook. Every punishment today is not innocent. I said I will press you to the ground and rub you. I will do what I said. Sumo couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and said righteously. He then folded his hands to show procedural justice. And ensure that disqualification in the world will always work. Prohibiting Guya's magic, you. Ancient One's lungs were about to explode. She had never seen such a shameless person. If you want to fight, rub it on the ground. You are rubbing it. I, Sorcerer Supreme, have never been injured. Have I been beaten? You should fight. What the hell are you doing putting your hands behind my back and not leaving me? You let go, otherwise I will make you regret it. Ancient One's face turned red, suppressed his shame. And threatened sternly, yo-ho, make me regret it. Sumo lowered his head, rubbed it hard, and said with a smile. I don't know what you're doing. But your strength has dropped significantly. Not even as good as Mephisto's duplication. With this little ability, you still dare to threaten me. The smile on the corner of Sumo's mouth gradually became dangerous. And she used her palms harder. Decided to teach Ancient One a profound lesson. Don't miss this opportunity and don't come back again. After today, this store will no longer exist. Because of your courage, what do you want to do?
I
Ancient One's flushed face finally revealed a hint of panic. She stopped hesitation and used the power that made her extremely afraid. Please give me flowers. The cold starlight surged out vigorously, covering the whole body instantly. Sumo moved her hands and looked shocked. Ancient One's whole body turned into starlight and disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in the wilderness in the distance. 10 faces looked at Sumo with anger. Sumo Hamilton. I remember the shame of today, just wait. I will also write it down in the notebook. And then return it to you. The emotions of anger and shame blended together. And the white braised eggs were stained crimson. Ancient One gritted his teeth open the portal bitterly. And returned directly to Camertage Sumo. For a long time he didn't calm down. What did he see? The Ancient One broke free from the extraordinary neutralization of disqualification in the world. Ino. Sumo saw the starlight and saw the power from the old god Yog-Sothoth. Known as the one who unifies all things. The ruler of time and space. Possessing infinite wisdom and knowledge. How did the Ancient One get involved with Yog-Sothoth? Sumo was still sitting cross-legged on the ground. Her eyebrows furrowed. His perception is definitely not wrong. In the incarnation of the old gods, there are blasphemous rituals about Yog-Sothoth, the cold starlight, and the ancient power originating from the starry sky. Is it that ancient sunken ship? The Ancient One did not destroy all extraordinary items, but stayed to study them. Sumo recalled the statue of Dagon, the leader of the Oros Maphilier. The Ancient One once said that it seemed to flow from an ancient sunken ship. And used this thing to seduce him, damn it. Between splitting and collapse, the plot finally chose mutation. Sumo was a little crazy. Obadiah turned into a demon that he could not understand. The Ancient One turned into a bunch of nameless monsters. I don't dare to think about it, not at all. Such a nice touch. Hi Tilda, what a pity. Sumo rubbed her fingers, missing the feeling just now. Whoever experiences the joy of punishing the Ancient One knows it. Tusk, not necessarily. It's been so long, but Yinri is still fine, very rational. Capable of getting angry. And even more capable of resisting, moreover. She has borrowed money from countless dimensions to support her loans. And she has never been hit by a storm so far. What a stable yuppie. I guess he is holding back some big move. So his strength has dropped sharply. Sumo stood up and patted the dust on his body while speculating on Ancient One's situation. Today's harvest was good. 1/10 of Mephisto's family fortune was plundered. And he also succeeded in taking revenge on himself. The 2 items in the notebook can be deleted, after all. I have been guarding Blue Star for hundreds of years and I don't have any deep hatred. I can't really beat her up and rub her on the ground. A small punishment but a big warning. A small punishment but a big warning. I impose small punishments on Ancient One for her small mistakes to prevent her from making bigger mistakes in the future. I am really a strict judge. Sumo instantly felt full of positive energy and felt happy in her heart. She felt that she was particularly fulfilled today. With a stamp of his Futhai's body turned into darkness. He returned to the company to catch fish. And opened a bottle of bourbon to celebrate Camertage. Ancient One was holding the tea table with one hand and supporting his waist with the other. The magic works and instantly cures the redness. Swelling and pain in the buttocks. Sumo's attack was a little harsh but it was all flesh wounds. A simple magic healed them instantly. Damn Sumo, wait. Just wait, Ancient One said through gritted teeth. His face turned red. And he subconsciously stretched out his hand to rub his butt. Although he was cured, he still couldn't help but rub it because of the psychological effects. What a shame. Never had she ever suffered such humiliation. He actually spanked her, touched her bald head. Still, Ancient One is going crazy. Sumo tramples her restricted area over and over again. Also called it punishment, punish your uncle. Return the crime, return the small book. Today's humiliation, she Ancient One has recorded it. Ziobenben, I'll let you Ziobenben. Ancient One held his hips open the portal with one hand. took out a notebook and placed it on the table. Pick up a pen and record the evil deeds Sumo did today. When she regains her strength, she will definitely find 343 Sumo and pay back all the shame today. As soon as the pen fell, the anger in Ancient One's heart subsided a little, and he picked up the tea cup preparing to defeat the fire. With a pause of her fingers, she poured out the tea, opened the portal with one hand, and took out a bottle of tequila. She paused again. She was very angry today, and the tequila was not strong enough. She turned to the whiskey beside her. Open the bottle, fill the cup, and drink it in one gulp, Atilda. The cold wine fell into his throat. An Ancient One completely regained his senses. She wanted to sit on the chair, but as soon as her butt touched the chair surface, she felt itchy and uncomfortable all over. Damn it. Sumo, just wait, I won't let you get out of bed for a year. Ancient One stood up, held his buttocks, and rubbed them. She frowned and walked around the tea room to relieve the strangeness. At that moment, I seemed to have really lost my magic. To be specific, I cannot perceive the existence of magic and cannot mobilize the Nenghuang in my body. Weird, this kid is so weird. So the same goes for Mephisto. It's not that he doesn't resist, but that he can't resist at all. The Ancient One recalled the scene of Sumo swallowing Mephisto duplication. At that time Ish was still wondering, why didn't Mephisto resist? Now the truth is out. Only by personal experience can you feel the fear of losing power. Physical contact medium that triggers that ability is physical contact. The moment he touched me, I could no longer perceive magic. Ancient One thought carefully and murmured, but it's unrestricted. A ball of blue and cold starlight lit up in the palm of his hand. Ancient One's expression darkened. This power is ancient, as if it has existed since the beginning of the universe. Terror, like a virus, took root in her body and infected her soul. It cannot be eliminated. Weird. Contrary to her hundreds of years of magic knowledge, full of incredible knowledge and madness, tempting her to go deeper and explore more. They must be dealt with once and for all. The Ancient One made up his mind and did not hesitate any longer. Summon Madhu and let him temporarily make the decision. Camertage, if there is anything that cannot be solved. Find Sumo, she wants to retreat after that. He opened the portal, held his hips, and entered the mirror world full of stars and sea water. A magician, why did you suddenly go into seclusion? Why did you come to Sumo for anything? Hello, magician. Magician. Sumo didn't know that Ancient One was stimulated by him and began to work hard. He also gave him the important task of protecting the world. Life returned to normal. I went to work. And while conducting the integrate experiment of artificial intelligence, I also participated in Dr. Zhao Halen's T-virus experiment. Afternoon. Gwen put down the examination materials and came to the operating room with Sumo. Alfred, Pepper, Ethan, and bodyguard Happy are all here. Through the transparent glass, you can see Dr. Helen Zhao, Dr. Strange, and Tony Stark lying on the operating bed. Tony. Relax, Evan, if you die during the operation, I will go to hell to get you. Sumo picked up the microphone on the side and joked. He is now the second largest shareholder in hell. So it is not a problem to secretly go to hell to get someone. No, why go to hell to hunt for people? Can't you just stuff the body back in while it's still warm? Shet, when you say that, I get even more nervous. The corners of Tony's mouth twitched. His calves shook imperceptibly. And he looked at Helen Zhao and Dr. Strange in surgical suits and asked, how about we change the day? I still have some unfinished work today. Helen Zhao was speechless, looked at Sumo outside the operating room, and spread her hands. Silent question, should I still do this surgery? Sumo's mouth twitched. What a guy, is Tony so cowardly now? He just joked a little to help Tony ease his tension. The results of it, Tony takes it seriously. My legs are starting to shake. Tony, I do all your work, have you forgot, Pepper? The little Pepper on the side spoke. And he hit the target with a magic touch. When did Tony ever work seriously? Except in women and in the lab, Pepper. I decided to review the company's accounts today. And you forgot to join me. Tony's brain was racing and he shouted loudly. Saying that, he was about to get out of bed. Pepper covered her face. Is this still the arrogant playboy? They are all sitting on the operating bed. At the end of the day, withered. Gwen raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but smile. The dignified CEO of Stark Group is actually afraid of surgery. Sumo's face twitches. What should I do? He did it, he will clean it up, get up, disinfect. Put on surgical clothes and walk into the operating room. Sumo, I really have something to do. After your inspiration, I decided to manage the company well and even made a detailed plan and flow. Tony explained seriously, his eyes serious and serious. Not like he was lying. If the calf doesn't shake, *R. Sumo didn't say anything. Just started and pressed Tony on the operating table. Hey. Sumo, stop, I don't agree with the surgery. You are practicing medicine in violation of regulations. It is illegal. Tony, who was lying on the operating bed again, was illuminated by the shadowless lamp, and his heartbeat accelerated instantly for a moment. He seemed to have returned to the valley cave full of pain and blood. Fear grew, and the whole body began to struggle violently. Sumo frowned, instantly realizing that Tony's mental state was not right, and shouted, Tony, do you want me to pull out a reactor with my bare hands? His palm then pressed on Tony's chest, pressing hard. A strong sense of suffocation came over him, and Tony instantly became quiet, opening his mouth wide in an attempt to breathe. Sumo let go and I gasped for air. How long have you been like this? Have you seen a psychiatrist? Sumo asked seriously. Tony is clearly suffering from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Hoo, I'm fine and don't need a doctor. Tony gasped for air, eyes evasive, and responded. See a psychiatrist, how can it be? He will never see a psychiatrist, you. Leave me speechless. Sumo opened her mouth but couldn't say what she wanted. Tony was attacked in the Middle East and was imprisoned and tortured by terrorists. This 5.1 was the turning point of his life. Suffering created his heart to become a hero, and the superhero matches mental illness. A standard match in the Marvel Universe. Let's start the operation, I'll hold him down. Sumo shook her head helplessly and decided to have a detailed chat with Tony after the operation. Helen Zhao nodded slightly, quickly regained her composure, and started the operation. Remove the micro-arc reactor. Control the nanorobot to wrap the shrapnel, and transport it out of the body. Eventually, it was handled by Dr. Strange. The whole process was concise and efficient, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. Can you put up a curtain? Tony's face turned pale, and he was suppressed by Sumo with one hand unable to move. 1B, his eyes widened unconsciously. It was definitely a first-person perspective. A big bloody hole was opened in the chest, and the organs were visible to the naked eye. A pair of hands goes in, comes out, goes in, comes out. The shrapnel squeezed open the flesh and was pulled out by Dr. Strain, accompanied by a strange twitching feeling. Scarier than horror movies.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.